Mother
death.
is fucking dead.
My mom is fucking dead.
So, who are we going to go through first? I've already done some stuff for some people.
I'll tell people.
You all have essentially... The first 2 weeks, you're not really able to do a lot of RPs because you're all working your asses off. It's the third and fourth week, well, / end of the second week, where you're starting able to get RPs. And then you have the very first day, not even the very first day, but more like the first 5 hours of you arriving at the drop.
Okay. Nice. So we have 5 hours to fucking freak the fuck out and say, "Oh my god, we're on the drop."
Basically.
Cool.
It's here, it's real, it exists, it's a war crime!
Alright, what color's the drop again? Sorry, not
I'm
the
just
drop,
gonna
the
be
Rossi.
quickly
Orange.
quoting Bree, don't mind me.
The Rossi is orange.
Colors are important. Real question here. Since the mist seems to have some strange properties similar to shock, but not. I'm not tasting color, right?
No.
Good.
We asked about this before, I think.
Did I ask that before?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh. Okay.
So, the only properties that the mist has similar to shock is that the mist also makes you go fucky. But, like, unlike with shock space, where there is literally no explanation for why it makes you fucky, there's plausible explanations for why the mist makes you go fucky.
Okay.
It's kind of like the same ordeal of why most people don't stand out a window when y'all are just traveling through just a void of space, because it fucks with your brain.
Gotcha.
It's why you can only look at the pretty colors for so long before you gotta look away, because it starts fucking with your head. Because humans aren't meant to process that. It's the same reason why astronauts, start getting fucky up in space. Because seeing the void fucks with you.
Because there's nothing there.
It's 100% a psychological thing. It's not so much just, ooh, spooky. It is psychological.
There's just nothing there.
The vast.
Yep.
So vast, so big,
Damn right.
that your brain
stupid.
can't compute it.
Yes.
Sounds like they're just weak.
Damn right.
We're all weak in our own ways.
Some people are weaker than others, though.
But who's the weakest?
I'm not weak.
I'm going to say probably Lorne.
Oh.
Oh, damn.
Not
Puts
weak.
Lorne under
Henry.
intense amounts of gravity.
I'm
Neil.
not weak. Yeah, right.
Neil.
She's crushed.
Help.
Hip. Hip. Hip.
Yep. Nice
So,
stuff.
Chance, what's the dealio?
Well, I have stated in no simple terms that what's going on.
Alright, so you're putting in this in our Kurt then?
Yes.
Alright, well, I'll lead then. Who has RPs?
I've pursued some
Many
RPs
people.
outside of this, so other people do stuff.
I have a one or two RPs. However, if other people would like to go first, as I've already gotten a few done, that is fine.
It's creeping in there hard.
Hmm?
Hana was creeping into your voice there hard.
Gotta get in character.
Exactly.
Does anyone else have RPs? If
Not
any.
anything that can't wait. You go for it.
Anyone
I
else?
do not have RP.
All
I
right,
mean,
so this is
it
fantastic, everyone. If you can't figure it out, I'm just going to point at someone.
Shut the hell up, Chance. We're figuring it out.
No, you're not. It's just it's a bunch of people saying, "Well,
You
I
don't blame
can
anyone.
wait. I can wait. I can
Trina
wait."
and Bree just said
I'm
they
getting
have
every-
RPs.
Getting everyone of you guys whoever doesn't have RPs, don't worry about saying anything. I was asking who has RPs. Those that do have RPs, which of you want to go first?
I can go first if no one else wants to. I don't care. if
Alright,
it'll keep
cool.
Chance from frothing.
Okay.
I'm always frothing FMO
For
from
the-
people.
For those that have RPs, what RPs do you have?
List them out in chat.
Yeah, write them down.
Damn right.
Ook, here we go.
I had a
Chance
lot of
was
miscellaneous.
like, so I told you guys what's up. Y'all guys can figure it out now. I took a back burner for being a
Damn
GM
right
for
I
a
did.
bit.
Damn right I did. You should have wrote them all down in a single sentence, Bree, so that when other people, incidentally post their messages, it doesn't
Yeah.
break up your message.
Mm-hmm.
If you do Shift Enter, you can do spaces.
We all know that Bree sometimes doesn't know how to use Roll20. It happens. It's okay.
Wow.
forgot a
Malicious
C.
compliance.
I got a C.
FUU. All right, got it. No, FUK because there's a space there because Bree didn't do the whole thing.
I. Fuck
You see the
off.
problem here?
I did do the whole thing. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're cool. Like the rest of you.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So, Ram, you wanted to cause some shit, right?
Oh, you're good. Keep going.
No, you
what?
literally were telling
No,
me the other
for
day how you had
God's
RP problems. This isn't
For
our
God's sake,
RP
hold on.
plans.
First off, everyone write down your RPs in the
I'm
Roll20.
doing it. Fucking impatient.
I am
You can't just go,
impatient.
okay, go for it. Like you're not a part of this. You gotta write down your RPs.
God,
Guys,
Jordan, you're a
you
godsend right now. Slaps your ass. What are your RPs? What plans do you got for your girl?
have
Zero.
a fucking
What?
section for
None?
this. We've got the entire time. Go with your RP.
I have 0 things that are RP worthy.
You don't want to talk to anyone on the new ship.
No, they're gonna fucking die. I don't give a shit. I can't. My RPs would be, hi, nice to meet you. What's your name?
What about the
fodder?"
other doctor?
What about the other fucking doctor? We work together. That's not something to RP about.
Oh my god! This bitch.
It'll be, hi, my name's Rye. What's your name? Ooh, we're both doctors. Aw, man, isn't that weird? What kind of funny shit have you seen in your life? I remember stitching up someone's innards. What's the worst injury you've done? This isn't a fucking speed date. Right? That could be
You just assume that's how the goddamn RP is gonna go.
It could just be hand waved to hell and back. Well, obviously he's nice enough to literally walk me through what my job is for him. So he's nice enough and also anal enough for that.
With this NPC, so you better put it on the list for it to
No.
resolve. You go in there,
Fucking
you lick his
happening.
ass.
I swear to God, there's no point. We're amiable and we can work together. This is fine. Beyond that, there's nothing.
It's not right, Jern. That outlook is not right. No one else has written out there. Where are you people writing your RPs?
I'm just being
'Cause
slow.
I'm typing.
I'm writing
It
them.
doesn't say I'm typing on our Roll20, does it?
No, it says you're typing. Con is either not typing or typing one letter at a time.
I'm following instructions, Jordan. I don't know what you want from me.
Man, I always love these sessions of absolute pandemonium.
It wouldn't
Doesn't
be
need to be
pandemonium.
pandemonium.
It's funny.
But
though.
you people make it pandemonium.
I don't-
You
yeah.
people.
I mean you people.
Hey,
You have the power
Kareem.
to stop this, Kareem.
What?
You choose not to.
What are your RPs, Kareem?
None! I don't.
None?
Why am I talking?
None.
What is
What you
I-
just witnessed a potential murder. Okay.
You don't want
Yeah,
to the
so I
ship.
gotta babysit you
access.
because you
You have
decided to
full
be
access to the
crazy.
ship.
All you
Hey,
spacers
hey,
are fucking
hey,
crazy. I don't need a
I wanna
goddamn
watch you
interview
explode
with
the
you
ship.
fucking crazy
I wanna
people.
explode the ship.
What?
You know who's not crazy that you could talk to? Your fucking partner.
I got an idea.
I love him too much.
You still haven't done that RP that would potentially, like,
Yes,
you
we
put on
did.
hold before, did you?
I did. No,
He
we
did,
talked
he
to his
did.
brother.
Well, I got an idea for you here, Kareem.
Yeah, what's that
Because I
idea?
know what Black has
Mhm.
overheard now, being that you now don't know that there's a joy something, question mark, and the fact that we also just dealt with a joy from the other ship. So
Yes,
that's not
that's
raising any
true.
question marks, Mr.
Yeah, I'd like to
Officer?
report that to the Federation.
Oh my god.
That's a good
All
point. I
right.
didn't even think about that.
All right. Well, are you
Right.
reporting it to the Federation?
Yeah, why not?
Oh my
Okay,
god.
Okay.
Please.
As he immediately gets
Alright.
this.
Ask me to do it, Andrea.
I'm not asking you to report. I'm asking you to like RP shit.
Yeah, but that's like super illegal, right?
Oh yeah.
Yes,
If they
I
can
mean-
AI or VI, like
You know, like all this other stuff we've been doing, but you haven't reported us for that yet.
Like the most. That's like super illegal, though, right? Chance, it's like mega illegal.
yeah, like that is
Yeah.
a threat to humanity right
Oh,
there.
you know, like going in a
Yes.
drop isn't like a mega illegal thing either.
How? Yeah. What is the most? Is that the most illegal thing? Well, I need to
So-
know what the most illegal thing is for reference.
Well,
So
speaking of the
the
sector
most-
is illegal alone.
No.
Is it?
Going to the mist isn't illegal. It's do it at your own risk. Any discovery of Terran technology TM is
Sure.
something that has to get reported.
Okay.
You know, like that ship that we were on.
Yeah, I gotta report that too. That's a good point.
Well, the arc the arc ship isn't something that needs to get reported, but it's something that you probably should report, just so that you know someone could go over and be like, all right, these are people that are died. All right, now we can send a best wishes to their families and stuff, and you just like throw a mail at Terra and as it disintegrates against the shield. But yeah, no. Most illegal so far is an AI, because that is a existential threat to all of humanity, and the
Yeah, that's a good point.
Federation's one of the groups which is like, excuse me, what? Whenever they hear someone's dabbling in AI technology, because the Federation has its roots from the Coalition, and the Coalition was very much like AI.
AI. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Because they caused two of the worst AI incidences in history.
The Federation or who?
The Coalition did.
Oh, the Coalition. Sorry.
And technically, it was their fault, but they blamed the Terrans. But everyone knows, like, if the Coalition just left well enough alone, it wouldn't have been a problem.
Mhm.
But they couldn't do that. And then, so after the war, even though everyone was using AI technology, AIs got banned because it was too dangerous to use.
Well,
so then the drop aspect, you won't be sending out a report about the drop until after the fact, just because of the fact that people are pretty sure it exists, but until you actually see it, it ain't your problem.
okay.
Because it's the entire thing of like, if you sent out a report and said the drop exists without having any actual proof, it would essentially mobilize the Federation.
So there's a chance. So you're saying, from my perspective, there's a chance that everyone here is just insane. Because everyone else here seems pretty sure.
So it's not. So most of the people you're actively working with are pretty sure, but if you've interacted with any of the security on board the ship, most of them are like,
okay,
nah, man.
So there's a chance that these guys are like. There's a chance that they're wrong. From my perspective, it's like,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a chance that they're wrong. Until you see hard evidence, you ain't reporting the drop to the Federation, because you don't want them to go, what? And mobilize an entire army to go blow it up. Because that's what the Federation will do. They're not going to investigate it, they're just going to blow it up.
Okay.
Also, want to
how...
step in again before you jump to conclusions.
I'm not going to report it. Give me a second.
I'm just saying, because I say joy, but I believe Black would be aware that Joy we did encounter on Dark Ship has been dealt with. Like was
Yes, but
was,
we
quote, unquote,
know
put down.
there's one here.
You don't
Because
know.
Joy has been mentioned. Joy, the name, unless somebody happens to have the same name and happens to fill the same role as a medical AI. Like, I don't know. That's why I'm saying I can. But I do think that's what I was going to ask Chance next. You made a good point, Andrea, that I can be pretty confident that there's at least some connection there. I can't be like, there's for certain an AI.
You weren't even thinking
I
about
agree.
this till I threw it at you.
I wasn't. It doesn't matter.
I had to point it out because Kareem's not thinking about it.
I just love you pointing it out and then being immediately like, well, hold on a second.
Like, yeah, I want you to, like, you know, get in character and shit, and then
So with the Joy thing, right? That is definitely grounds for you to investigate the situation and find out what the fucking the cause is. But it's kind of like with the finding Terran technology and being like, we gotta blow it up. We gotta blow it up. So like after y'all salvaged that space station, and you were probably like the entire time making sure that these people didn't grab, you know, incredibly valuable Terran stuff, because your entire doctrine is like, that gotta get destroyed. That gotta get destroyed. But just, you know, salvaging the hull and stuff, which is what the Rossi for the most part did, and some of the computer systems, you could let that slide. But after the fact, you probably reported that place's location to your superiors, and your superiors were like, you got proof, and you showed them the pictures, and they were like, all right, we'll send up a disposal team to go clean it up.
Sick.
So it's kind of, and as for the case with the Joy AI here, it's definitely grounds for you to investigate. It's still would be kind of a overreaction for you to like say that there's certainly a AI, but you could certainly write up a report and say, I think there might be, you know, some sort of virtual, these people might have had interactions with a virtual entity. I'm going to further investigate the situation, and I'll report back to you my findings. To like let your superiors know that, hey, maybe Harkin is up to no good with maybe Harkin's making AI, you know, because your superiors want, you know, want Harkin to be behind bars, you know. But it is also up to you and how you handle that situation. You wouldn't be like, there's an AI, but there would definitely be grounds for you to let them know that, hey, there's investigators, something here is fishy. Additionally, it would definitely be like, I need to investigate.
Yeah, okay.
So yeah, you have definitely grounds to investigate these filthy ne'er-do-wells.
I was gonna do it very respectfully.
Oh, okay, well, these respectable ne'er-do-wells.
Of course.
So, do we got anything written out, fellas?
I think Black needs to write down their investigation.
There.
No.
No, got it. Cool.
Fantastic.
So that's everyone's RPs then?
Except for Khan, because Khan is still... Oh, and no.
Con?
I see Mr.
Bro.
Cock.
Come on, man.
The Mr. and Mrs. Cock still fucks with me.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
Damn right.
Get the fuck away from me, Black.
Sniffs the medical room.
So because I will remind you, Joy has been referenced by these. Well, Joy specifically has been referenced by them for, you know, therapist stuff, and there's also apparently Rossi does have a therapist that they communicate via, you know,
tablet.
the interwebs.
Yeah, and then also we met a Joy that was an AI, and it also
Yeah.
was mentioned again recently for I think non-therapeutic reasons. Also, didn't Joy help someone in the medical room after that whole situation? And I just like not see that.
Joy was hooked up to the auto docs, and those were running to heal people when we were all grouped up together.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, it's been pretty blatant, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
What I
Okay.
remember.
Just making sure.
So I like to imagine that in the, you know, when all of that was going on, Black didn't even realize there was another that this hologram wasn't actually a hologram until after everything calmed down, and then all the thing, and then like midway through the week when he's also doing his job to like kind of help do repairs here and there, he's like, wait a second.
I imagine he's drinking the coffee and he's like,
Just like eyes opening in realization.
It's like in the middle of a conversation with like Finn, and he just walks away.
All right, so who would like to go first?
I'll take it.
All right, who are you attacking?
I would like to speak with Harkin.
Okay, when are you speaking to Harkin?
He would have probably, since we were all stupid fucking busy the first couple of weeks. Though honestly, I feel like it'd be within that time at some point when we're not extremely busy, because people need to sleep at some point.
All right, you can certainly find a time to do it. It's not like you don't have any free time. It's just that your free time is limited.
Very rare, yeah. Oh, that's fine. What probably happened is... Bye, Jordan. What probably happened is he's been ferrying around getting, like, scrap and everything transported to where it needs to go. And so I imagine he probably had to either run by and drop something off in the lab or pick up something. Or just getting this fucking scrap piles that Harkin has piled up and moving those elsewhere.
All right.
But he, when he first enters, he'll kind of survey the lab. We'll have to, see the damage, which was extensive, correct?
To his lab, it wasn't super extensive. Like, it was just a lot of his equipment was damaged or destroyed.
Mhm.
But, like, the actual damage to the lab was pretty minor.
Okay.
Because Minty did help Harkin to clean up. The piles are neatly tucked away off to the sides, and Harkin is currently working on some sort of project. And he looks up as the door opens. What can I do for you, Hana? And let me change the music to his boss music, of course.
Of course.
Of course. We can't have a Harkin RP without his boss music.
The choir.
Choir. Is this man holy, or is he just insane?
Wholly insane.
Wholly insane, yep.
Madness is genius. He will say, just here to collect what scrap is left. We could use all we can on the ship.
Alright, well, the pile's there. The pile's over there.
He goes over. I heard you lost a couple instruments.
A couple is an understatement.
I figured an understatement would soften the blow.
There is no blow to be softened. I've already accepted my losses.
Anything extensive to your research?
Yes. All of my equipment is extensive and intrinsic to my research.
Not intrinsic enough that it'll stop your research, I hope.
It'll stop some avenues of data gathering, but it can't actually stop me in particular, no.
Well, there you go. He starts collecting up some of the... He probably brought like a little cart to wheeling to add the stuff to, so he starts piling it up. What are your thoughts on...
What?
No, go.
What? No, I was going to say, I thought Mindy was the one that was cleaning up this area with me, not you.
As I said, we can use the scrap everywhere around the ship. Mindy may be helping you cleaning it, but I'm taking it.
Incorrect. Minnie's already taken all the good shit.
Well, it's not the good shit I need. It's literally the trash. And he like lightly kicks the cart.
Yeah.
Do you know how many breaches we have to mend? Too many.
I don't know what these delicate instruments will do for sealing a breach, but have
Metal
fun.
is metal.
Do you know how much of that's carbon? Most of it.
I understand that. He keeps adding it.
Now what were you saying, huh?
What are your thoughts on the new ship? I understand you haven't been on it since you refused to sign. However...
I barely even register their existence.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Acting on the down low for us, and for you, business as usual.
Yeah. Basically, it's another Haley Wright operation of let's throw as many fucking people as we can with any sort of fucking skills and shit at a problem and hope that one of them is actually intelligent and then does all the work for the entirety of a company. And then once that one person does all the work for them, they'll snatch it away.
Sounds like someone who's worked for them.
Well, someone has worked for them.
Mm-hmm. Just kind of looks at him.
We've already had this discussion that the sensory protection system designed by moi, patented by them.
Must have not been wholly listening.
And that's what makes you a terrible Halen.
That's what made me focused on whatever I was doing at the time.
No,
Perhaps if
because
you timed your ramblings better.
Well, perhaps if you didn't daydream while there was actual discussions going on that mattered to your crew, because this was during one of those discussions that mattered for your crew.
Wait, out of character. When was this?
This was when Harkin was initially talking about his job.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you blatantly were just so by saying what Hana is saying, you're saying that Hana was being a petty bitch and just ignoring what he was saying when he was offering the job.
You know what? Actually, that sounds in character.
Yeah.
Forgive me for assuming you were an absolute quack at the beginning.
The amount of doctors I have proves I'm not a quack. Especially
I
that
disagree after one conversation with you.
Especially that they all come from reputable sources and respectable sources. It's not just like I signed up to some fucking website and then printed off a doctorate.
You'd be amazed what people are doctors that shouldn't be.
Yes, it's why all of mine come from respectable institutions. And if it wasn't for those fucking bastards at Haley Wright, and the other fucking bastards at NGR, and the other fucking bastards in the Federation.
Any other fucking bastards you'd like to add to this?
There's plenty, but those are the big three. There's also the so many corporations. But if they didn't fuck with me and make me no longer a respectable member of the scientific community, I would still be a respectable member of the scientific community who was pioneering our future.
And yet here you are on the edges of the universe.
Pioneering humanity's future in secret.
And almost dying for it.
There is no such thing of science without risks.
Yes, I suppose so. But I digress. We'll be continuing with your job more on the down low.
Yes.
Are there any concerns with the new crew that you think will come up? The Koshak?
The Haley Wright people are getting a bit handsy. Other than that, the Artemis security firm seems pretty respectable and reasonable.
A decent middleman, they seem.
Basically, so long as you hide between them, you'll be good.
I see.
And trying to make friends where you can with the Haley Wright people, since you will be forced to work with them.
I'll be civil. At the very
Um,
least, they're not NGR.
I'm not being your fucking mom right now and telling you that you have to behave yourself. I'm just saying, establishing good working relationships is a smart idea.
Says Harkin, the man who has a very large amount of bad working relationships.
Precisely. It's almost like I know what I'm
Do as
talking
I
about.
say, not as I do.
Precisely. I have a aura to maintain of being a quack, so that I don't get shot by some fucking corporation. Because if they shoot and kill a quack, that kind of proves that the quack was right.
Not necessarily.
Certainly. If you kill the crazy guy, and the crazy guy is apparently harmless, but crazy, why did you kill the crazy guy? If he's harmless.
Something like that can very easily be framed as an accident.
There's a difference between being shot or stabbed, exploded, and then just suffocating in space. Those are very different scenarios that we're talking about. Why do you think I don't go out and help you all repair stuff? I know one of those fuckers would off me, given the chance.
On this
I'm
ship
just
or
not
the
gonna make
other?
sure. Talking about the other. Too many NGR. Sorry, not NGR. Too many Haley Wright people. How many of them could be undercover agents? You don't know. I don't fucking know. So I'm going to stay right here when I'm safe.
In your lab.
Yes.
That was just breached not a week ago.
If they can cut through that damaged fucking spot right there without me noticing it, and then devent this entire fucking area quick enough to kill me, I deserve to die.
He makes a face at that.
So, if you're talking about them sneaking their way on Varasi,
I didn't. Calm down. I'm not talking about them
It's
sneaking
burden.
on the Rashi. I'm saying a freak accident. The other thing, I almost took you out with more efficiency than any assassin could.
Yeah, a freak accident. That's the very definition of a freak accident.
Them cutting.
There's very different, scenarios at play here. A freak accident is why I'm always ready. An assassination attempt is also why I'm always ready. Now I just only deal with less sleep. Because I lost my droids.
You did lose them. They left quite a mark on the walls on the way out.
It was supposed to be me that they were leaving a mark upon. Not those fucking pirates.
Could have been neither.
Well, if there was no fucking pirates, of course they wouldn't need to have blown up. I'm not the one that decides where pirates do pirating.
You could have surprised me. Seem so sure about it.
Unlike you narcissists that call yourselves Halos, I have a god complex.
Maybe you should get one.
Maybe you should sit down and smell the flowers.
I do that quite frequently, actually.
Well, hey, that makes you better than, all of the other narcissistic assholes.
Did you just put me a step above them?
Well, and now you just, plummeted right back down.
Grins. I have to keep your opinion of me in check.
My opinion of you is always in the negatives. You're inherently a Halo and an asshole.
And you're insufferable.
Yes. That's how I survive.
Unfortunately, I saved you.
Yes. Unfortunately, you did.
I don't think I got
Now,
a thank you for that.
You're doing your fucking job. Next time, though, I
I'd
can
actually
assure
not.
you, I will let you know, just like with Mindy, you probably don't want to make sure I die now. He kind of like knocks his knuckles against his coat chest, and you can hear a little bit of a clunk, clunk, a little bit.
What have you done?
It's called a dead man switch.
Attached to what?
Attached to me.
What happens when it goes off? You put a bomb on yourself.
Damn right.
If
Anyone takes me down, I'm taking them down with me.
And anyone around you.
Damn right.
You recognize the people that are around you are us.
Don't make sure I die. Easy.
Well, ideally, we will try to keep you alive.
Yes. And now you have even more reason to keep me alive.
This is insane, Harkin.
Yes. Yes.
What happens if someone triggers it without you even dying? That's a possibility, you know.
Oh no. Oh no.
All it takes is your heart rate going flat, right?
You think I'm an amateur, Harkin? You think I'm an amateur, Harkin, huh? No.
I can't tell if you're referring to yourself in third person or...
No, I was referring to myself in third person. But you think I'm an amateur? Nah, I'm no amateur.
So what is it connected to?
If I told you, that defeats the purpose.
I'm not planning on killing you, Harkin. I'd like to not get hit by the blast. Now tell the goddamn weapons expert how it works.
I don't think I will. You're also not an explosive expert, you're a weapons
I know a
expert.
thing or two about explosives. Don't assume.
But you're not a explosives expert now, are you,
Well,
Hana?
I propose we would see if we discussed it.
And I'm not going to give you the validation of discussing it.
Chance, may I roll to hypothesize what he's done?
There's several things he could have done, so I will say sure.
Alright. Is that an intelligence explosives, my friend?
Yeah.
Nice. This insufferable motherfucker. 3 successes.
Alright, well, at the very least you know that it has to be thin because you're not really noticing any extra bulk on him.
Mhm.
Second thing you know is that there has to be some sort of covering because when he knocked his knuckles against it, you could hear it.
Mhm.
So that can probably imply that maybe, that's to be shrapnel bits, or maybe that's to keep everything where it's supposed to be. But as for how the mechanism could work, if it doesn't just register a flat line, then it could be connected to any slew of things regarding him.
Okay.
Could be connected to the Nexus, in which case only if the Nexus got damaged, it would it could give false positives or negatives in this case. It could be connected to perhaps even his brain waves, or it could be directly registering his actual circulatory system to a point where if it detects detects not just a heart attack, but a full stop of bodily function, then it would. So there might be a delayed response, There might
Okay.
not be a delayed response. There could be a slew of things that he's done.
Okay.
So it makes it very hard to narrow it down.
Hana will walk up to him and kind of he's examining the area where he knew that like the chest plate was, and is kind of does a quick circle, trying to
Stop undressing me with your eyes, you fucking pervert.
I'll do what I have to figure out what you've done.
Yeah, you won't figure it out.
Reaches out, raps on the where he had tapped before. Beep beep. Just like hit.
You make a solid connection with something. He's like, see? It's a chest plate. You know
Rather
nothing.
thin.
I don't want people to know.
Well, yes. Is the explosion shrapnel or incendiary?
It's explosive.
Oh.
The shockwave is what's going to kill you.
The concussion. Alright.
It'll be turning everyone else into shrapnel, though, so increases its radius.
Where did you get... Did you bring this with you?
I didn't bring this with me.
Well, where'd you get the supplies to make it?
I have explosives.
How many explosives are you hiding on our ship, Harkin? He
Enough.
says as he continues to, like, kind of... He will fiddle if Harkin does not stop him.
He slaps your hand.
Ah! Violence!
You were encroaching upon my physical domain. That is violence.
This is not necessarily violence.
It is if I did not want it.
Well, you could have said stop.
I thought that slapping your hand was a much more effective means of telling you to stop.
I disagree, you absolute creature.
I'm not a creature.
You act like
I'm
one.
an animal.
It's the same thing.
No.
And it's a simile.
No.
It's non-human, lesser than.
Humans are animals, specifically mammals.
That is correct, Homo sapien. Well done, biologist.
Yes. Therefore, we are not mere creatures. Because...
We are more evolved.
Yes.
But you're not. Ah. He just puts his hands up.
1 second.
Would you prefer I say barbaric? What did you say, by the way? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
I was just saying, just 1 second. I have to charge my headset.
No
He
worries.
will respond with a. If I'm barbaric, you have a definition of barbary.
Oh.
Precisely. You're still connected to your narcissistic ways and your superiority complexes. You're unable to move on beyond that and embrace a humanity without all of these vices holding you down.
Vices. As
You
in
are
my
barbaric.
belief that we can solve things without violence. Is that what you mean?
No, I mean the fact that you think you're better than everyone else. That's like
Well,
the
I am better
genetic
than most others, yes.
incorrect.
There are a few that can perform at my level. It isn't wrong to recognize my prowess.
There's a difference between recognizing one's own prowess and being a narcissist.
Is there?
Precisely. Yes.
So I'm a narcissist because I am confident in my abilities.
No, it's because you constantly have to have a need to try to put other people down so that you can feel confident about your abilities.
I don't need to put others down to feel confident about my abilities. I just recognize the inferiority of others.
Once again, another trait of narcissism. Never being able to accept that you're wrong when you're clearly wrong.
I am not wrong.
He puts a hand on your shoulder, Hana, and says, you should maybe talk to your very illegal AI, VI thing, and get it to diagnose you with all sorts of wonderful mental conditions that you clearly have, so that you can get knocked down a couple pegs. He pats you on the back.
He places his like on the opposite shoulder that like Harkin has on his, so that he got a good rectangle going.
Fantastic.
You of all people have no place to tell me to get my mental state checked. You who just strapped an explosive to himself.
I know what I am.
Perhaps have an evaluation of your predisposition towards an entire subset of people. You racist fuck.
Ferals, they're not people.
Maybe they have become less evolved over time, but they're definitely still conscious.
Yes, they're conscious.
And that's not
but
even
they
what
need
I
to
was
get
talking
down.
about.
Whatever fucking people am I racist to?
Halos, you fuck!
Halos deserve it because you're all narcissistic
They deserve
assholes.
it. Oh, I
Yeah.
see. So this entire group of people, regardless of who we are, regardless of where we were upbred, believe we all are narcissistic assholes.
Until proven otherwise in conversation, yes.
You are the exact reason sociology courses exist, Hawken.
I'm the exact kind of person that's trying to make sociology courses no longer a thing because we're stupid.
They're
I don't
stupid, you
care
don't
about
like them,
your
thus they
feelings.
shouldn't exist.
Yes. I don't
You're an
care about
affront
your
to education.
feelings. I'm not an affront to education. I simply see things as how they should be.
How they should be.
How they should be.
So are you saying, Harkin, that everything you're doing is the correct thing?
God, no. I'm human. I make mistakes.
What the hell, Kareem? Well, it seems like everyone is capable of such things. Some of us make more mistakes than others. That's okay. You're doing your best.
You see, Hana, at first I was like, maybe there's going to be hope for you. But then you added that other part to your sentence, and once again, proved you're a fucking narcissist.
Of course. I'm not going to try and
I'm a psychologist.
convince you of your... Oh, you're a psychologist. Yet you can't assess the mental state of others correctly.
I absolutely can.
You channel everything through your own world view, Harkin. And it's extremely biased.
Only when I choose to.
Which is always...
No.
Yes.
Hardly.
When haven't you?
Plenty of times.
You can't even cite it. I'm done with you. He takes his head off his shoulder and goes back to the scrap.
More times than not. When I say things in a scientific means, I literally mean it in a scientific means.
Yes.
Yes. And definitely. No bias at all. You're a narcissist.
Alright, cite your fucking sources. I'm out of here.
My sources are my education, all of my interactions with you. The fact that you're
All of your
unable...
interactions?
Yes, all my interactions with you.
Ah, yes, this thing I experienced happened. Thusly, the rest of it must be true.
Who's talking about anything else? I'm simply saying that you exhibit narcissistic traits.
Yes, and you took
narcissism.
traits.
And-
You took traits and applied them without any consideration of data from other sources. I understand you hate peer
are the
review, Harkin.
source. No, you are the source, Hana. Other sources are not going out and then interviewing your friends and family to see what they think. That's how you get biased responses. You are the source. Your personality is the source. Your actions are the source. What you say is the source. There's a difference between jokingly acting like you're superior and actually thinking you're superior. You are the latter.
I am the latter. I fully believe it.
And that is why I say you exhibit signs of narcissism. That you are a narcissist.
There's
what
the difference.
degree
There,
of narcissist you are, that I would actually need to sit down with you and have a very long, extended conversation with.
you have not
However,
even opened the DSM-17 to be able to go down the traits list in order. You are in no place to diagnose me. I may have
I'm not
traits very
diagnosing
well.
you.
You are
I'm
saying
simply
you
saying what
are
you
a
are.
narcissist.
Yes, because you are.
No,
If
you're
you want, if you
traits
want
and
Hana,
actual thing are different.
if you want Hana, I can book you in for an actual psychological review, and we'll get to the bottom of if you're a narcissist or not.
Just so you can prove
I'm
if you're right or wrong.
I'm 120% sure you're a narcissist.
All right, well, let's do it.
might
You know
even
what?
be a
When
few
Joy's
other
not dealing with
things.
people who just dealt with the fucking pirate invasion, perhaps I will go in and get tested to see if I have narcissism. Only if you go in and get tested for being a fucking psychopath. You have a bomb strapped to you right now, Hawken.
I don't have any problems with forming connections, nor do I have any problems empathizing with people, unless I'm not a psychopath or a
No,
sociopath.
there's something, though.
Oh,
I'm
yes,
not a
absolutely.
psychologist. There is something very wrong with you.
I have paranoia to the utmost extreme. I take medication for it.
Do you?
Hana, I'm a fucking psychologist. Of course I have had myself reviewed, and of course I manage my own fucking shit. However, I'm also very well aware that besides my fucking paranoia, I've had people actually try to kill me.
That makes two of us.
Why did you think I had the fucking droids?
Because you're paranoid and expecting,
Yes!
and I understand.
And now I have a bomb strapped to my chest. However, thankfully, Mindy did talk some sense into me, and so just rather than it being 30 meters of everything dying, it's only 10 meters now.
But everyone else doesn't know about it.
No! So you can still
So that
share
puts
the
us all
fucking
in
news.
danger.
So slowly and subtly share the news, like Mindy might do or might not do. I don't know. Mindy seems like an agent of chaos, but might not tell anyone. It would be kind of funny if he didn't tell anyone. But that's also why I'm telling you, because he did me a solid by making me not die, so you can tell the rest of the crew in however way you planned it without being like, yes. Hello there, people that might want to kill Hana. The man has a bomb strapped to his chest. I expect you not to do that, because I expect you to have more than 2 brain cells, because your name is Hana fucking Moore.
Have you thought of maybe discussing this with the captain?
No!
The person whose ship you're residing on?
The man's stressed enough. He doesn't even know that I'm walking around with a bomb strapped to my chest.
He actually does, because if it explodes and he
No.
didn't know it was coming, he's going to be a little more stressed, Hawk, and maybe even injured if he was nearby.
I think you'll be relieved.
Relieved.
Absolutely.
From if it goes off?
If it takes me out.
No.
I think so.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think Malv likes you at all. The concept of
know.
you brings the man anxiety. I don't blame him.
Exactly.
You are a hectic
I'm a
human
hazard.
being. You are the definition. All of us should be receiving hazard pay for being in your presence.
You are.
Good.
But not
that
because you're in my
doesn't-
presence.
But that doesn't
Unfortunately,
mean...
the tax man wouldn't accept it as a valid reason for hazard pay.
But that doesn't mean that he's wishing death upon you.
No, I'm not saying he is. I'm just saying, I think after he gets over the initial shock of the explosion, he'd be like, whew, that's not going to happen again. Because I'd be dead.
He makes a face of disgust at that.
He's just like, Hana, I know you dislike violence in all of its forms, and death and murder and all those other things.
And...
I'm just saying, I know you dislike all of those things.
yes, and I dislike you applying that to someone on this crew. I doubt very few people on this crew would revel in the death of someone, even the likes of you.
I'm not saying
You
we're
didn't
going to
see
revel
anyone
in it.
cheering the other day. You don't see anyone like, Harkonnen got shot. We're so relieved. No.
To
We may
be
not
fair,
like you, but we don't want you to be dead.
to be fair, I got a lot of bad vibes from people. after
Bad
being shot.
vibes.
Bad vibes.
Aside from the person that shot you,
Yes.
no one was looking for you to not make it. We were all very much focused on helping you. And dealing with the problem, in that case, a la Finn having a mental breakdown.
This is why I said the term bad vibes.
It's otherwise known as
I-
paranoia.
Hey. I know what I said. Now. The bomb stays.
I'm going
I've
to be
told
notifying
you.
Melv.
Yeah, you can do that. I'm not going to stop you.
It's a
also
concussion
why-
force, you said?
Yes.
Alright,
I'm
how
not
long
so
after
bulky.
you die does it go off?
That's a secret only I shall know.
Just tell me, Hawkins, so I can make something that can protect my crew from it.
A bomb vest would do.
Well, I can't easily manufacture 17 bomb vests in a small amount of time, can I?
Yes. No. It's why I chose a bomb. People don't expect it.
Can you give me a ballpark? I know it's concussive. Theoretically, it could go off if
Hana.
you're
Hana.
non-surfacing or circulatory or...
Hana.
Harkin, what?
If this bitch goes off, it's killing whoever's next to me in a couple feet of a radius. So if I start bleeding out, start clearing out.
That defeat... If you're bleeding out, wouldn't you want someone to help you?
No, I'm saying like if it's very clear that I'm fucked, I'm gonna die. Clear out. If I just get shot and lit up or something like that, and I'm like fuck, you will. I would prefer if you tried to save me. And in that moment, I tell you how to deactivate the bomb. Just so that, like, in case something did happen, you aren't going to fucking explode.
You think it'll have the mind to remember to do that when in severe pain and distress?
Probably.
Why not change that probably to certainty?
Roll a clout rhetoric.
No, God, it's so low!
Yeah.
Oh, no! 2 dice! Here comes a willpower. I'm not gonna be able to convince him, it's so low. Where's this goddamn HPVC?
Actually, no. You're trying to appeal to his intelligence, so I'll let you do a brain clout.
You are so fucking kind, thank you. And let me roll that 8. 3 successes.
Okay, it's a good thing you got 3 successes. That's what you needed.
Yes!
So, like, all right. Maybe not telling you was just for paranoia. Shut up now.
He just smiles.
No one else knows.
Understood.
Then the rules. I don't care if you actually tell people in your crew that there's a bomb strapped to me. They'll make
But
them
how
all
it
wary of me.
works.
Yes. No one knows. It stays between you. Stays between me. Now get your fucking ass over here.
He comes back over.
All right. He takes out honest to God paper. He hunches over. He writes out what it is. He doesn't say it. So it is a I forget the actual chemical compounds because I'm not dumb enough to research this on Google.
Mhm.
But essentially, it is a explosive device which, when electrified, begins to activate with air, which results in a very big boom. So, the method of it, exploding or not, is directly connected because the thing is uncomfortably tapped into his not exactly his nervous system, but he uses the same sort of technology that how Nexus is used to detect, someone's vitality. Except this one's a little bit more fine-tuned to specifically detect if it's detecting that the person has sustained not just critical condition like harm, but immediate your body has suffered trauma to the point that you're going to die levels of harm. So there's still
Okay.
some error margin. It's a little bit more pinpoint than just a normal Nexus.
Okay.
And that there's a good 6-second delay. Or, as Harkin puts it, he can also manually activate it.
All right.
And the way to disable it is actually very simple. There's a latch right on the front, where when that is pushed up, it breaks the system. However, with that just disables the Nexus part of it. He can still manually detonate it after that
Okay.
is disabled.
He will ask when Harkin was telling him, he would have kind of written back, given that it's triggered by, because he's, second reading, it's an electric thing that triggers it, right?
Yep.
He asked if being hit by electricity could cause it to mischarge.
No.
All right, good.
He makes it very clear that it's a very specific amount of, a very specific charge that activates it.
Okay, basically like a specific frequency kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. He nods. Very well, I'll keep this on the down low.
Mm. All right.
Shakes your
And
hand.
his shakes your hand, and you can skadoodle now, like a noodle.
Mm-hmm. Skadoodle scaddle.
All right, you got a Harkin.
I got a Harkin. Did not go the direction at all I expected it to, but you know what? I got the bomb information from it, so it's pretty good.
No one ever expects Harkin discussions to go any
Oh.
direction.
I always love when he bumps heads with Hana.
You're a narcissist. Why? Because you believe you're better than others. I am better than others.
I'm not a narcissist. Yes, you are. But you're crazy. Yes, I am. What?
Well, no one really took him back. It's like, I know I'm crazy. I take medication for it. I was like, you're medicated? You manage your symptoms? What?
Hana, real talk. More than half of what I do is putting on a show because I'm so used to wearing this mask. I'm an absolute insane, deranged individual who is ostracized by the scientific community. The other half of the time, it's legitimate paranoia. Now, because more than half of the time, I'm just putting on a fucking show. Why do you think I have, oodles of fucking money?
Because you're sponsored to high hell and back?
And why would I be sponsored to high hell and back if I'm actually insane? Think about it, Hana. Use your brain. Get the fuck out of my lab.
Get the fuck out of my office! I will not say anything I'll regret, Harkin, so I won't admit anything that
That's why I'm telling you to get the fuck out. I'm doing you a solid. Not the other way around.
Of course. Please. So anyway, how's everyone else's RP plans?
The silence is deafening.
I know, right?
Recovering from that incredible RP.
I just can't get over Harkin, like, I fake being this all the time, and Hana's just like, that doesn't help. I can't read people. So it just seems like that constantly.
I don't know if he is actually faking it, though. I just
is.
think he's
That's the
using
thing.
that as an excuse. Like, partially, sure, but there's definitely some truth under it all.
Well, instead
Well,
he's paranoid the other half of the time.
Yeah. He's very aware of how flawed he is as a human, but he's also just like, hey, if I was actually insane, would anyone sponsor me? No.
Yes, because I don't care if you're insane or not, as long as you get results. They absolutely fucking would, Harkin. You're not fooling me.
Duck quack.
Ram,
I'm paranoid now, bitch.
that just sounds like paranoia. I think you need to see a doctor about that.
I'm not seeing
Unlike
him.
Hana, who is a narcissist, I'm not too sure about you. So, like, I'm not going to give you a diagnosis, but I do recommend seeing a professional about this. Here's my card. You can also speak to your very illegal robot.
Yeah, I'm just gonna flicks the card into the bin.
All right. That was unnecessary. You could have just handed it back.
I don't need to
Now.
give you one more of these to inflict on anybody else.
It's all right. I'm not above reaching my hand in a garbage bin. As he reaches his hand in a garbage bin, taking it out.
Fucking heathen.
Don't look at me like that. We've all done it. We've all been there. Walks away.
Everyone hits this low, okay?
Ram personally makes other people reach into the garbage for him.
One day, maybe you'll master telekinesis.
Not today.
Hana's thoughts on Harkin when "You're a madman" screams.
It's not even that. A lot of it's like he recognizes Harkin's genius, but he refuses to acknowledge it out loud because if he says it, it means he is conceding to accepting Harkin as his equal, and his pride just cannot take that.
I really do hope that there's a moment in the drop where Hana's like, you beautiful, insane man. What would we have done without you? And then Harkin be like, exactly. I guess that makes me your equal,
You guys don't
bitch.
look at explosions moment kind of thing.
Once one of those, Hana understands that his genius, right? It makes him angry that Harkin is smart.
Makes
but
me
he's
even
just
angrier
like-
that he's not a Halo and he's smart.
I mean, that's one thing, right? Like, Hana believes that, like, there can be people that can go toe-to-toe with him. They're usually not non-Halos, and they're usually not fucking Harkin! God damn it, that... Ugh.
Anybody in a tizzy, I think. That one's rough.
Your brain is so
Yeah.
beautiful.
Like-
Why is it in a dumb body?
Yes, you have a fantastic brain. Why is your personality so shit?
Hey, Hana.
You can study it. No, that's violence.
Wouldn't it be funny
Yes.
if my dice pool for science is actually bigger than your dice pool in science?
My dice pool for science could be your dice pool for science in a bar, fine.
Your dice pool's bigger than your dice pool.
Be bigger.
How's it feel, Hana, knowing you're always going to be one short?
One shot.
Yeah, just like 1 inch.
Mm.
One short.
Making me actually check what Hana's dice pool is for science, because I can't quite remember.
think it's like 10.
Oh, it's fucking Max. Fuck off, kid.
It's possible that he has 6 in brain, so
How is it possible he could have 6 in brains unless he's Terran?
you don't know what his race is.
If this bitch is Terran, I'm spitting at him.
Careful,
This
he might like
incredibly,
it.
this incredibly racist man who's like, "Fuck Terrans, fuck everyone," is a Terran. He's like, "I never said I wasn't a
Terran.
hypocrite."
Of course,
If he
he's
was
a
actually it's
fucking
just
Terran.
you lab-generated rat talking about superiority complexes this whole
Hot
time.
meat kettle. Do you even know? Because unlike you, I don't need to flash and show off.
It's more that I couldn't tell through all the wrinkles.
Damn right.
Now that is pot meat kettle, Hana. Hana, come on now.
Them
you
same
if you
age,
were-
Hana. God, you're old.
Harkin, I'm you if you were honest to yourself, Hana. Hana sweats. Does he know?
That's the question, right? Imagine, like, Harkin in the past checking rosters, be like, oh yeah, alright, people working for Mint, this, Hannah Moore, whatever. Years later, Hannah Moore,
When
Was so in character, I hate it.
looks at his very old data, looks at Hana. He hasn't aged a fucking day. What?
Divorce AU enters the chat.
All right, who's going next?
Didn't Bria have another RP?
I'm not going
did.
twice.
Fucking coward.
Mm.
Get it out of the way.
No, you people! I need to recover from going at it against Harkin for like half an hour. Takes out of a man to be that petty all the time.
Your energy to actually fight back against every one of his insane arguments.
Was that a cow
Yeah.
I heard a little earlier?
What?
For RP?
Huh?
I thought it was you.
Come on, guys. We know
have
that
to
two
scroll
of
back
you
up
guys
to that
have
person.
one. Go. Andrea, you're next.
Me?
Yes.
Okay. I got a couple. I know some can be hand waved, so we can figure those out real quick here. Hand waveables I think are probably like with a majority of the NPCs that I haven't already talked to yet, mainly being like Amanda, Trent, Melv, the main ones, and then other ones as well.
All right, well, let's go with ones that you think won't be hand waveable first, then.
Okay. So I want to talk with Minerva proper.
Again.
Again, well, the thing I messaged you was just, hey, I want to hang out and dance.
I want to dance
I
with
wanna
somebody.
I'm lonely.
With
I just wanna
somebody.
dance. So this one would actually be like conversation, or at least this could just be what topics, like if she does converse between dancey sessions. Another one is with Joy, but hey, I'll be fair. I haven't exactly cemented anything there, so that we can sit on that. I do want to talk to Mac and try to get her like 100% not afraid of me. That'd be really important.
Oh.
Why you make that sound, Chance? We've been trying to do this for forever.
We're trying to do.
I
this
know, but,
forever.
like- This is hard to pull off.
I'm trying, man. Doesn't have to be 100%, but I gotta make it so that she doesn't hesitate being near me. Come on, Mac. We're trying to make amends. I'm trying to be a good noodle. Please accept me.
Mac's just racist.
No. Celeste, what'd you do?
The real question is, Lauren, what did you do?
No, stop. I apologize. Leave me alone.
Actions always speak louder than words.
Wow, but she's been good. She's been good, Noodle. So yeah, there's a Mac for sure, and possibly a Wyatt, because I haven't actually talked to him or Black proper yet. And that probably should happen.
Okay. All right.
Mm-hmm. So I suppose, which one you want to do?
I can do any and all.
Okay. Let's talk, Mac.
Good.
Mac has own bedroom with Sammy now, doesn't she?
Yep.
Where is that, anyways?
Top of the ship, right side, HAB model.
So safe side. They weren't hit by the stuff.
Yep.
Unless I can catch Mac outside of her bedroom, so it's not like I'm intruding on her safe space.
All right, so you're gonna ambush from the hallway instead.
No, no, I'm not ambushed.
Remember, Max sees you come around the corner as just an ambush.
I suppose.
All right,
Every
so
time she sees me, she sprints away, doesn't she?
she's spooked.
No.
You're a spooky, spooky lady.
I not be spooky. I stopped being spooky long ago. Please forgive.
You're still living the vents.
Forgive. Vents in my home. Forgive.
Someone catch
How's-
that child sprinting.
How does it feel, Ram, to know that you're the reason Mac is terrified of Lauren?
Oh no.
Happy about it, but I thought therapy was helping. Apparently not.
It's helping a bit. It's making her less afraid of the dark.
And when we
Something.
did like football nights with Trent, I thought that was
Yeah, it's
helping.
they've been out acclimating to Lauren's presence a bit more. I will say it's not like they look at you, they sprint. It's like they look at you and then they tense, but they don't run away. They don't completely ignore you anymore. It's the case of like they might say hello to you, Lauren. So there has been slow progress.
Okay.
Baby.
It's not nearly as bad as I sometimes joke it is.
Okay.
It's like real talk. There has been progress. Mac is still spooked by the Lauren, but they're not nearly as bad as they used to be. Like the fact that it's been slow exposure has been helping.
Mhm.
Even though your boy Joy's like, I don't know, you should have been doing that, but okay.
We didn't know. Culture difference help.
It's all right. Joy doesn't bully for people trying to help.
Thank you,
She
Joy.
really is racist.
Lauren she'll be bringing gifts in parentheses. Probably pilfered some candy from Ram or Trent or both.
Probably both.
She has also brought a small bracelet. I'm sure I figured out Mac's color at some point via Ram. or Mac herself if she proffered it when Lorne asked during one of the football games.
Probably didn't get it from Mac, but then during one of the football games, it's probably plausible that Ram or then Trent backed you up after the fact to get her to speak it.
Well, I mean,
Or you could have gotten it
it
from,
doesn't have to be
Ram.
directly from her. It could come from someone else who knows.
Yeah.
So.
I believe her favorite color is, look, neon orange.
Ooh, bright.
Yeah, very bright.
That actually gives me
She likes a lot of those really nasty bright colors.
right.
And the correlation is very obvious whenever you look at Ram.
Aw.
The Hawaiian shirts.
Aw. Cute.
That's so wholesome.
Cry.
If I can pick...
You make him feel safe, Ram.
If I can pick up on that, I'm gonna do something a little special with this bracelet too. Then, it'll incorporate the neon orange, but it'll also incorporate some of the Hawaiian patterning in it.
Oh yeah, I think you can definitely pick up on it,
Some
Lauren.
of those flowers. And it'll be one of those fancy kind. She'll incorporate beads that glow in the dark also.
Okay.
So this is her, what do you call it? A peace offering, or one of them.
Okay. So how do you approach the Mac? Are you going to ambush him and make him step out?
I'm not
Find them
ambushing!
when, or are you going to find them when, they are, what's the word for it? When they're, at a table or something.
Yeah, it's gonna be a public space. I'm not gonna pin her down and corner her.
Okay.
It'll be in probably
Well,
the gathering common area in the right side. 'Cause I'm sure her and Sammy chill out here a lot too.
Yeah.
And I will attempt to not be healthy.
You can do so.
Or jingly,
Pretty
actually.
easily.
I might, to circumvent my own stealth, Lauren could probably just make sure she's wearing more jingly stuff than usual. So you can hear me coming.
Very good. Very good. Shit, there's 2 Mindys. This entire time, I didn't even realize.
There should be more Mindys. We need all the gremlins on this ship.
All right.
Approach. Jingle, jingle.
Mac looks up. Very slight tension. Like it's to a point now where Lauren, the only reason you're really noticing it is because of the fact that you're good at reading people.
Mm-hmm.
So it's either they've gotten better at hiding it, or the reaction has become less severe. You probably think the latter.
Is there a Sammy out here as well, or just a Mac?
Just a Mac right now.
Hello, Mac.
Hello, Lauren.
I have something for you, if you want it. And she'll hold it out so it's not a
Press her lips.
surprise.
You have like,
And she'll first proffer the candies. Pilfered
I
from
squint at you skeptically.
pilfered from Ram and Trent.
Well, I won't say no to candy.
She'll
She says her childlike mind surpassing her
Candy.
fear.
Yeah. She'll step forward and head, or well, she'll kind of splay him out, like Max at a table, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
She'll splay him out on the table and then take a seat on the other side.
She's doing her Hana homework like a good bean.
Oh,
Atta girl.
nice.
Because if she doesn't, you know, either Ram or Hana will bully her.
Bully, bully, bully. So she splays him out. And then, like an afterthought, or not an afterthought, but like, oh, and I made you this. And she pulls out the bracelet and we'll splay that out. She'll kind of lay it out like above the book.
The cursed trinket.
The cursed trinket is not cursed.
She looks at it and she says, "Oh, doesn't really know how to respond to it. Seems like there is conflicted emotions, TM."
Mhm. It glows in the dark.
I guess I'll have to see that later. Thank you, Lorne.
You're welcome.
It's pretty, she says after like a pause of like, should I say anything? Should I not say anything? Do I need to say something?
Ciao. Oh wait, we're functioning with cold now, aren't we?
Yes.
Because this will be
By this point, yes.
somewhere in week 3, I think.
Even you'd be functioning with cold.
Okay, so that is only 1 success. So we have 3 cold right now, right? That's -2 to dice? Or no? Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, only 1 success for empathy.
Oh, no. So cold doesn't minus all of your rolls.
Oh, it's just for other cold checks?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then 2 successes.
Okay. What are you looking for in particular?
Oh, just how she's doing. How she's taking this.
You think she's taking it pretty well. There's a little bit of the apprehension about this, but that's kind of being like outweighed by the good old glee of they got free fucking candy. Oh my god, it's great.
Yep.
But when it comes to the actual gift, it's hard to get an exact read on, like, but you do think that it is a positive note. Not a negative, a positive.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think they're just going to throw it out or something like that.
That's good. It'd be a big waste of beads.
Especially for glow and dark ones.
Yeah.
Those are hard to come by, you know.
You can apply a special kind of paint, but yeah. The legit ones, heck yeah. So she'll wait just a small bit in case Mac has anything else to say, and then she'll go on.
What do you mean go on? Like leave?
No,
speak?
she'll continue with speaking.
Okay. Continue to speak.
Okay. Back during the attack, you were very brave.
Thanks.
How are you doing?
They kind of shrug. I don't know. All right, I guess.
As well as we can be. Now you know how to lock people out of elevators, though.
I guess, yeah.
So I suppose those are some antics we may see later.
I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. Maybe.
There was like a small conspiratorial gremlin smile from Lauren for that.
Fair enough. Mac has the expression of like, I don't really know what to say to you. Should I keep on speaking to you? What do I do in this situation? And also the case of like, I'll give you the empathy from before. They haven't really thought about using it conspiratorially yet, but you can see there's a little bit of gears turning now of what they could do.
I've laid that. I planted
Yeah,
that
you
seed.
planted that seed.
You don't know, regretty. Yeah,
I just hope
gotta
that
give some.
their
Right?
actions do not kill anyone.
Right.
Turns off elevator. Who turned off the left fucking elevator?
Well, we still have stairs, so. Because those were reinstalled, right?
E.
Yeah. Hana feels fear.
Hana, every time I use an elevator!
While Lauren's sitting there, she'll start fiddling with some of her own beads that she's got on her. Because she's wearing like some of the, because she, was not trying to stealth, she wore the extra beads. But now that they're there, she has to toy with them, so she's playing with one of her sleeves of beads.
Okay.
I see you're working on the homework.
Mm-hmm. I have to finish it, so I'm working on it.
Is there a due date for it?
They nod their head.
Oh, is it soon?
They nod their head again.
Oh. If I'm bothering you, I can leave.
They shrug. they have, you have a feeling they have words to be said, but they're being respectful.
You can say what you're thinking. I will hold nothing against you.
I guess a bit.
And that's for that Lauren's presence bothers her.
Yeah. Which, is a sign of progress.
It is.
Because before they wouldn't even, admit to it.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything I can do that would ease that apprehension?
They shrug. I don't know. You can see them kind of like scribbling a little bit on their paper now.
Mm-hmm. She doodling?
Or data pad, more accurately. Hard to say what it is, but they're clearly not writing something, they're just scribbling.
Right. Well, I mean, Lauren is distracting her from her homework. And she will talk to Hana later and be like, hey, for a little bit extra time, I distracted her.
How dare.
Sorry.
You interfere with their studies.
I wanted
Their
to
education is more important than anything. They are the future.
They are the future. I'm sorry. Thinking. if Lauren has anything that could help. Or if she will leave Mac to it, because there are baby steps being made. And so if she continues to let Mac have that space, then that cements those baby steps.
All right.
So I think after, maybe like a few more seconds or 10 seconds or whatever, if nothing is said, then she will stand up. I will let Hana know that I have interfered with your studies, so you have a little bit more time.
There is a small shrug.
Take care. And she will go.
Okay. You're able to go, no problem. Hey, poof.
Poof. Only not poof, because that's scary. Yeah, I guess I kind of have a better idea of where I am with her.
You.
I can actually tie that into an RP with Hana later, because I do want to talk to Hana.
Very good.
Okay, now it's week 3 with Mac. I think everything I'm doing right now will probably be week 3. Excuse me. 3 or 4. Wait a sec. Week 3. Okay. That the conversation that's happening behind closed doors after Lorna passed on the news.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, there's that from me. If anyone else wants their stuff.
Don't you have more?
Well, yeah.
Go on then.
What about you?
We're going around the table, dear. You go
Yeah.
next.
Go, 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 go,
Honestly, not in a good space to RP right now, so if you guys want to go for it, go for it.
go.
Why are you not in a good space for RP right now, gamer?
Stress is on my mind and I cannot get out of it. I don't think I'll have the right brain power to give responses.
What is on the mind?
Stress.
Ah, okay.
Pat you.
Thank you, thank you. You guys go ahead.
Hana.
One second,
Or
I'm
we-
almost done with the comic.
Or we could have your boy, Mrs. Cock.
Oh, yes.
I indeed heard breast. So I was
I
like,
know you did.
because I was like, you either said breast or rest. Which one was it, Con?
I'm thinking
Well,
about
you
titties. I
see.
cannot be.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Ooh,
Champs.
them
I'm just
juicy
so
ass titties.
incredibly
wanna slap
gay
her
right
around.
now.
Ooh,
I
boobly.
can't fucking focus.
I can believe it.
There are nipples in my mind's eye. They're like a target. They're drawing everything to them.
Like I did just send an
Incredibly
image
gay.
to you, so like I was like, Jesus, I didn't
Did
think
you?
that it was that distracting.
Okay. I haven't even looked.
Like I didn't think it was that distracting.
It is now. What the black RP? Hee hoo hee hoo.
I don't remember. What was my RP? It was Mel, right?
Yeah.
All right. Sup, bitch? He says, kicking the door in.
I can't believe you kicked in the door like that.
That's right. I know what you did in that summer camp 16 years ago.
Nice. All right, so how do you actually start this RP with?
Well,
young man?
I just feel like we need different music for this change.
Oh, okay. What?
Doesn't have to be anything too intense. I just feel like this is too like spacey. You know what I mean? What are we in space?
Fine. You are in space.
Well, it's true.
It's all right. I will play our most favorite music.
No, not Shipbreaker.
Shipbreaker.
Free me, chat. Free me. I will mute the bot.
We don't hear Shipbreaker all the time.
But we've heard it so many
I'm
times
fine with
before.
it.
Alrighty then.
It's home.
It's homely music.
It is home. It is
Howdy.
home.
That's right. It's me, Patience. I'm just kidding.
Howdy,
Oh my
howdy.
god, the rare space is that Siren Space Patience?
That's right. Winks at the camera.
Howdy,
The
howdy.
entire crowd. Wow,
Is
it's
this one
him!
terrifying too? Do I have to put him on a Kentucky Fried Chicken box, or are we good?
It's Colonel Patience.
It's
the
patience.
canon now that there's a product out there, KFC, and it's just Patience on the box.
Yes, it is canon. I, as the GM, have made it so.
I have created something. I will put it in art.
Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna I gotta put some stuff in the fridge.
There.
Look at this. Like, what do we have to read?
So good.
6 out of 9. Incorrect. Sometimes symptoms aren't everything.
Despite literally meeting the diagnostic criteria, it's
No, no,
totally
no.
not.
It's totally not.
It's the doctors who are wrong.
He has empathy. He's just bad at reading people.
He didn't say it was because Hana has a lack of empathy.
Oh, this is part of Bree's comic chats. Go read. It's good.
Oh my
It's
goodness.
so fucking funny. On his face.
It's so good.
God. Help me.
I love it. He's sweating.
He's like, this can't be. No, it's the paper that is wrong.
I also love the
Is this canon?
In conclusion, patient does meet the criteria for narcissistic personality disorder. Joy. Although Joy
Oh,
would
I didn't
probably
notice that.
Joy probably signed with the J07, right?
I don't know
Oh,
if he would, being that he's supposed to be undercover.
Oh, true.
The
You know, he's not supposed to very obviously be a bot, so.
Huh? Maybe I am narcissistic. No,
Hana in
it's Joy that is wrong.
at the end there. Fantastic.
Like a true narcissist.
So fucking good.
Incorrect.
I love him.
Harkin must have
Okay.
spoken to Joy first about this. Harkin, and I thought I was the paranoid one. You want some pills to help with that, Hana?
I
Rattles
know.
to a bottle.
I know my diagnoses, and this is not one of them.
I didn't realize you were a
Hold on.
psychologist, Hana. Where did you get your doctorate from?
You motherfucker!
That's what I thought, Hana.
I just hands
They
clenched.
clearly made a mistake. That's all.
Well, then if he made a mistake, then you should get a second diagnosis from him.
It comes back the same.
Well, if I'm a trained psychologist as well, I can give you a rundown of the entire situation too, just so you have more opinions, and then you can even get one from Rye.
Brain
Just
things.
imagine they're all the fucking same, and Hannah's just like, I don't care if the data's conclusive, I refuse. Gets back from like Rye to be the third. It's same thing. Well, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To be a fucking image that you took yourself. You better buy that book and send it to me.
That is not an image I took myself.
You tease me with things I cannot have. Fucking cruel.
I just seem up your alley in terms of terrible books.
Terrible. I want to book club that one. I want to.
Alright, so while we wait for Kareem, I am going...
I'm still here.
I thought you were bourbon. To get food.
Putting stuff in the fridge.
Oh, okay. Well, while you do that, I'm gonna go get something to eat and drink real quick. And then once you're good,
How dare you put your burb on me? I'm good. You ate your food, go.
Also, Kareem,
Yeah, what's up?
at some point, we need to RP.
No.
What do you mean, no?
No.
Black has been on this ship for how long now? We haven't said anything?
You're fucking RPs.
We nod at each other sometimes.
No. You know Lorne. Lorne wouldn't leave him alone.
That's true. Because we're gonna have to backwards like say all the non-leaving alone things that are happening.
Right?
Because they've definitely interacted. We just have to figure out what their dynamic is.
Mm-hmm. If anything, she just vibes quietly near him while she bleeds. And then
Well,
asks
that's an
him,
everyone dynamic.
and then asks him about his job and how's everything, and does he have any family, and you know, gossip stuff, because she likes
Yeah.
gossip.
Big into gossip, this one.
And what is his favorite color?
Optus.
What?
Stop.
Soap? No. Favorite color, very important. This is the most important question. Unless he hasn't given it to her yet, and we can make that a part of the RP.
Sure, we can make it part of the RP.
I've added the notes into my RP thing as, hi, favorite color? You will crumble one day, I will find out.
Oh no.
Under who?
For my RP with Black, that's just that he will one day tell her what his favorite color is.
Yes. Also, Kareem, can we headcanon that when shit happens, sometimes Hana and Black just sit down and like have coffee and are just like, wow, this is kind of fucked.
Sure.
Just because, considering when Black first came out, he's like, I'm not going to talk to anyone. Hana was like, hello, I'm Hana Minmore. He's like, I will talk to one person.
Basically, exactly what happened. Exactly what happened.
So now it's just like, so those pirates, right? Yeah, that was awful.
Is this an everyday thing? Is this
It could be every now and again, yeah. Like
No, no,
that's
no,
Hana's, like,
no,
super busy.
I was saying he asks that to Hana. He's like, does this happen all the time?
No, it's been a couple months. I mean, we haven't had
That's
a
a
proper
pretty regular occurrence.
look. Last time was about, give or take, like a week before you got here. I mean, other years aren't this busy. It has been such an active year
Just a
for
big year
violence,
for pirating, for violence.
for pillaging and murder and trauma. It's been a very traumatic year.
Yeah, more than it's never been this. This is a new thing. This is not.
It doesn't usually. I mean, it's about there's like usually on years and off years for terrible
Yeah.
occurrences.
So
But
would you consider this like a
this is definitely
recession
an on
level,
year.
a Great Depression level of violence, or is this like just another year of violence?
I've returned to
This is,
another year of
I
violence.
would rate this a solid 7 out of 10.
It should have been a wild year.
We called it a wild year in high school.
Man, you must have made it a really wild year that year.
Yeah, you betcha.
What'd you do?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, okay. Alrighty, Kareem. You ready?
Yeah, sure. I have to
Okay,
decide on
you-
what I'm trying to get out of this meeting, though.
I just want to have him admit it. I suppose. I'm just trying to think out loud. By the way, I'm not asking you for the answer.
Oh,
And just make sure it's basically like, so I met a Joy. They refer to their therapist as Joy. They won't let me meet him, which is extremely suspicious. And also, there was something
well,
else
now it's
healing
extremely
people.
suspicious. Yeah.
Now, given the context, and someone else was healing very blatantly, or something else when
Yeah.
we were going through shit. Okay.
Yeah. Let's. I wonder if Mel will try to gaslight you or not.
Yeah. Let's see.
Officer,
'Cause
I think you just the stress was getting to you.
Here, have some space, McDonald's.
Squint.
Don't worry about it.
Here, I always keep backup spaced McDonald nuggets in my drawer. Don't ask how old they are because they never go bad. You know that. I know. Everyone knows that.
That is a thing with McDonald's hamburgers, right? They don't expire.
Some of them, yeah. It's
That is horrifying.
Isn't
that's the
it?
amount of preservative they use. Yes, 50% meat, 50% chemical. Delicious.
And 100% delicious. All right, I'm ready. He will be like, at some point he'll ask Melv if he can meet with him ahead of time. Like, he's gonna make it very clear that he wants to talk to him.
All right. So
But I'm sure, honestly, they probably have routine meetings anyway, given the context of their relationship.
probably.
And
So-
Wyatt will probably be there, but that's up to you as the GM, or you can say he's
Sure.
busy.
Sure, why can be there to back you up?
Good. Because he will be able to gaslight me, but can he also gaslight Wyatt?
Sweats. All right, and now that Wyatt's present, gaslighting Black is going to be a bit harder.
The brain
Nice,
cell has
yeah.
arrived.
He like Black walks in, Mel's like, "Pfft." Wyatt walks in, he sweats.
it's more like gaslighting Wyatt alone a bit harder. Gaslighting Black alone, you can do that. But when both of them are in that room, their powers is doubled. So when you both enter a room, Mel will say, press the button, close the door. You'll be like, all right. What is this one going to be about?
Well, as always, Captain, he pulls up the seat and sits down. We appreciate your time. We specifically wanted to ask about, I'm not going to beat around the bush here. We were hoping to get a little more information about your ship's therapist, Joy.
What about it?
I was hoping to get some information on who they actually are. Well, starters, I suppose.
What has prompted this sudden?
Well, it's always a little suspicious when it feels, he looks at Wyatt, as though information is being hidden from us explicitly. Obviously, I'm sure there are things you need to hide for whatever reason, but this one has just been irking me and my partner, and we were hoping to just close the lid on it and air you out on what it actually is.
Well, as I had said previously, Joy does electronic calls with his patients here. He's not on the ship.
Do you have a file, background, Space LinkedIn, document, contract?
And as you do that, it's Wyatt who speaks up and will then say, if he's not on the ship, then why did you make it sound as if he was on the ship the other day? And you can see, you don't need a rule for it. You got that cop intuition of like, there's a very, very subtle change in his posture. Like, that happened, didn't it? That's Wyatt. Hit him right on the nose. He'll say, answer your question, Black. You'd have to speak to Amanda regarding that. I don't have that information on hand. I'm sure she can get that information if you want it. As for your question there, Wyatt, it's more so the case that I was implying that we should get Finn to go and speak to Joy as soon as we can, but since we are in the mists, communication isn't as guaranteed.
Can we bring Amanda in right now?
If she's not busy, I can call her up. 1 second.
And I ask that it's framed a little more urgently.
Say again, sorry, I had asked a question to someone.
He said to just, he basically is saying it's still like urgent. He's like, don't just be like, oh, if you can, otherwise it's fine. He's just like, I'd like to see her now.
Did something prompt this line of investigation, officer?
Just doing our jobs.
In what regards?
Making sure we understand what's going on around us. Seems like pretty standard.
I feel like there's some sort of catalyst, though, since you're wanting to...
I feel like you're attempting to avoid bringing Amanda in here, Captain.
I simply want to know if I need to bring Amanda here or not, because there might be something that you want to say or are withholding from saying.
There's no reason to... I have nothing to say, I just don't know who this person is, and I would like to make sure I understand correctly. That's all.
Right. And so he will then call up Amanda, and Amanda's like, all right. Give me a moment. I'll be down there as soon as I get the paperwork. And he will then say, she's getting the paperwork.
Nods. You doing well, Captain?
Besides the additional stress of the fact that now we have 2 contracts, and the fact that my ship and family nearly got butchered by pirates, I think I'm doing quite well. How about you, officer?
I'd like to roll empathy.
Sure, we can roll
Good
that.
feeling, interrogation.
Okay. Okay.
Squints.
Oh God, that's a lot. Oh, those sevens.
The first ever successful Belvreed?
Yeah. Man ain't doing too hot. He has a very, calm exterior and composure. But there's a lot of turmoil within this man. This man is not doing so hot at all. This man could probably use a therapist if what you can see is right. He is tense, he is frazzled, and not just from this conversation, just from the piling on of different situations on top of each other again and again and again and again. The man's carrying a lot of burdens with him.
Mm-hmm.
And he hasn't had enough opportunity to stop carrying those burdens.
Okay. Black will follow up and say, Wyatt and I are here, twiddling our thumbs, wasting our time, doing Federation nonsense. We're happy to take some stuff off your plate if things are getting a little too hectic.
Unfortunately, officer, I don't think you could take my things off of my plate.
Mm-hmm. Nothing too mundane, signing papers, filling things out. You don't have anything basic?
Well, that sort of thing I can delegate to Amanda when need be. But being a captain's about being there for your crew. And you can't exactly just take a sick day and hide away all day.
Oh, I won't push you.
Thank you. Amanda will eventually arrive. Alright, paperwork about our therapist, Joy. And she puts it down onto the table. It's a little folder. And if you look at it, it seems to be some fairly authentic looking paperwork indicating that this person, who is known as Maximus Joy.
Maximus
Joy is a registered psychologist. It doesn't say he's a doctor, but it does say he's a registered psychologist through looks like an official institution. You're not too sure. You'd have to do the research. There is like a little code number attached to that, and it also indicates that he is being contracted through their company. The information seems pretty legit.
Can I roll an interrogation on it, or are you just gonna give me something?
Oh no, yeah, you can roll that for her, as I have, and as I will do.
Oh my God, Wyatt, please.
Man is unreadable, but Wyatt
so
will be
angry.
the one who will attempt to read the contract.
That's my role.
You see, it's the wrong person looking at the paperwork. 2 would have figured it out.
Probably. +6 to paperwork rolls.
Ooh, okay. Wyatt does look at the paperwork, and he kind of hums at a bit as he looks over some of it. He then looks to Amanda, and he says, it doesn't include here any of his previous work histories. Amanda kind of shrugs, and she will respond with that's the information I have on hand. If you really want, I could request it from a company, but that'll take some time to get.
Request to which company?
LCR.
Is it possible that I can make the request directly?
Probably not.
Out of character, I'm trying to think if that is true.
You don't know. Like maybe it's a bold-faced lie. Maybe she's being honest.
Can I just
So
roll
it's-
interrogation?
If you want, yeah, you can roll another.
These fucking liars. What is this? I used all my rolls on Melv.
You used the power to see through Melv and know that something is wrong with Melv has
But I
just
know
taken
something
your
is fucking up.
So, Amanda is unreadable,
Sure.
but I'm going to give it because he did get so many successes on Melv
You're so nice, Chance. Thank you.
that he has only been getting more tense as this conversation is going on. Clearly, he knows something. Clearly, you and Wyatt are digging in the right direction. But Amanda, cool as a cucumber.
Well, thank you, Amanda. Appreciate it. Don't want to waste any more of
What
your
I
time.
do? Well, thankfully, officer, my time isn't being wasted since I'm helping out, doing my job as being the wonderful paperwork jockey here in Marassi.
He nods.
All right, well, I'll see myself out. You boys have fun.
Waits for her to close the door.
She closes the door.
Captain,
Yes, officer.
Is there value to... Let me actually reword that. Let me think about how to reword that. Because I know something is vaguely up. And Wyatt knows something is vaguely up.
Yeah.
I think. Well, if I could get a chance,
It'd be nice to speak directly to the therapist as well.
We can try to find a way to arrange that.
Does next week sound good?
It's like I said, we can try, but with the being of a miss at the time, I'm not sure how feasible that might be.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, as long as you try.
Hmm.
well, we appreciate your efforts, Captain, and we appreciate your transparency.
Thank you, officer. Sorry I couldn't be more help in you being able to speak on the matter directly with the psychologist.
Oh no, I believe you were as helpful as you could be.
Hmm.
And then he will get up and he will push the chair in. He will leave.
All right. You can do so with no trouble.
Yeah.
Went well, I think.
For who?
Nobody.
I think that went quite well for me.
I like how Black opens his mouth and sometimes he just lies. It's great.
He'd never lie.
Totally.
When did I lie?
Maybe you didn't. Maybe I read it wrong. But it felt
What'd
like
you
at
read?
the end there.
Which part?
It felt like at the end there when you were saying we appreciate your work and all that you do, Black was being like a little bit like, God damn it, tell me more, but you won't, but I know that you
No. You know, that was thank you for your transparency. Yeah.
Very good,
He
very good.
basically said, I know you're lying to me,
Yeah.
and that's fine.
Mel picked up on that. Mel is like, it's very much a case of like, I will say, because he did get so many successes, you can feel like this secret, whatever it is one of the burdens he's carrying with him.
And I just made it so much worse for him.
And but that's an indication of, I know you're lying, but I'm not going to call you out on lying. He does, when he says, thank you, officer, have a good day, he does mean it. Because to him, it's the indication, like, you're not going to, like, push this matter, at least right now.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, and so he appreciates that, because Mal wants nothing more than be like, kill those infernal machines, officer. But his crew would never forgive him.
Would never. They're painful too. Also, if we didn't have Joy, there would be a couple people dead on the ship. Pretty sure.
Maybe.
We like Joy.
But does Joy like you?
No.
I hope so.
We treat Joy with love.
This is true.
We don't treat Joy like he's a machine. Maybe Melv does. Maybe Hash does. The rest of us were just like, Joy!
Are you saying an emotion, or are you referring to him? We'll never know.
It's like a fucking Pokemon.
Joy, Joy!
Fantastic. All right. Who is going next?
Bree, it comes back around to you.
Very
That's
well,
so good.
father. I will take the mantle. Let me just update my fucking things I need to do here. Okay. Let's look here. So I wanted to have a brief RP with Zai.
True.
Following her very no good, very bad time. Though I did have a question based on, because I know on the relationship chart, Zai's thoughts on Hana was like, can I get training, please? Is it common knowledge that she's interested in possibly training under him?
It is not.
Okay.
She is a shy being.
She is a shy being. So yeah, Hana will probably end up talking to her either at some point when, if they're on shift together while repairing, or after the 2 weeks. Probably more likely to be when they're on shift. So let's say like heading into second week, but not quite there yet.
Okay.
And maybe like when they're both working, like I imagine the engineers are fucking busy welding halls, so.
Hey.
So he will probably, if she was already there before he got there, come in, be like, afternoon, Jai.
Afternoon, Hana? What? Oh no, I guess you're starting soon too, then.
Shift starts now.
Yep.
How long have you been on already?
3 hours, just taking a bit of a break.
I see. Trent's been keeping you busy then.
Everyone's being kept busy, I think.
I suppose, but not everyone gets the early morning shifts.
Thankfully, Trent's also doing the early morning.
Is Trent known to be an early riser?
He's not, but Trent
Right.
is known that if he's demanding other people to do the early morning and not just like offering
does it
it, but
himself.
demanding, he will also do it himself.
There he is, always keeping his equality.
Well, it's good. He's also able to show me a thing or two, even if not everything seemed by the book.
Oh. What did he teach you?
Just ways to do things a bit quicker, even if they're probably not regulated.
Jury rigging.
Not jury rigging, but how to just cut on the time and how not to use as much cutter fuel and things like that.
You'll find the longer you work on this, the easier it is to cut corners.
Yeah, I've gotten that.
He starts, welding here and there. Out of character, how long did it take for Zai to start, talking again after the, when she went completely into shock?
A few hours.
Okay.
It wasn't that she was useless, she was just, kind of shocked and spooked, but she still
Right.
responded to commands and whatnot, and after, Hash did a nice little cop, that helped her out a bit.
Okay.
So it wasn't nearly as bad as Clark syndrome.
I'm not trying to say she's Clark syndrome, I just need to make sure. He's working.
I'm just giving you a reference point.
Yeah. Seems like Hash did you a good service the other day.
Let's not talk about it. She kind of rubs the back of her head. You're a Halo. You don't like violence. I'm not a Halo, but I don't like violence or thinking about it.
Trying to forget it then.
She nods.
Seeing the therapist?
No.
It wouldn't hurt.
Well, kind of very illegal.
He smiles. That's the part that gets you.
Mostly, yeah.
I'm sure you're no stranger to how we operate here. You've been here long enough. How much of what we do is actually legal?
Well, most of what we do is in that gray area, but that one's steadily in the illegal part. I don't think any nation lets the use of artificial intelligences.
Oh, absolutely not. But there's also policing on gathering resources from restricted areas. There's policing on required to report information, not lying to the Federation officers that are aboard our ship, so on and so forth. He just kind of looks over. Wouldn't be the first time we've broken a law.
She shrugs and says, "Oh, I'm just not too comfortable with that. And I'm also definitely not going to talk to Harkin about that sort of stuff."
No, don't.
Well, I'm saying I definitely wouldn't.
Oh, that's confirmation. That's just correct choice. Well done.
She gives you she's wearing the helmet on. She just kind of like looks in your direction with the expression of "I'm not a kid." And even though she has the helmet on, you can feel that expression of "I'm not a kid."
Does he though? Does he?
Here,
I'll roll for it.
You know what? Yeah, roll for it, Anna. Roll for it.
My name's Dr. Hahnemann. I don't notice shit about people more. Why won't it let me roll? What do you mean? What's wrong with my formula? I almost crit failed!
You notice shit.
Nope, he continues on his merry way. She's just watching him. Clearly because he's welding.
Clearly because he's welding. He's doing it so well. And then she goes back to welding too.
Mm-hmm. Oh, break finishes then.
Yeah. I figured Trent's not taking breaks. I shouldn't either. And you can hear the holler from across the way, aka
From the other floor.
It's just on the comms. I hear 3 torches.
Who's asking?
It's Trent.
I know. Yes, you're hearing 3. You've counted correctly.
So I take
But
a
you
break.
sound surprised.
Oh, very well, I just figured. No, take your break. All right. She puts the welder back down and kind of like sits back on the thing, kind of twiddling her thumbs.
Says overcomes. How long have you been working, Trent?
Too long.
Hour amount?
I don't know. I lost track.
I'll ask in minutes.
I don't keep minutes, Anna.
All right. When did you wake up? And don't tell me you don't
6
know. I
hours
know you're
ago.
not an early. That's what I thought. And let me guess, it took you about 30 to get back to start.
Nah. I woke up, then I started 20 minutes later.
20. Shaving 10 minutes off.
Well, I started 40 minutes early.
And he stops and looks over at his eye, and he hasn't taken a break.
She shakes her head. Not that I know of.
You know, that natural workaholic tendency, they tend to factor that in with engineer syndrome.
Is he saying that to
Zai?
Zai?
Mm-hmm.
She shrugs. Yeah, I've heard that.
Don't need to follow his example in that sense. Unless you want to, but...
No, he said to take a break, so I'm going to take a break.
There you go.
Don't think I should, but I'm going to do it.
Why not?
You better be taking that break. I am
taking the
taking the
break.
break. I'm going to hear him returning to his work.
Focus on your work, Trent. Your lines will get
I'm
stopped.
always focusing.
Always.
You can't even see my lines.
I just know.
My lines are perfect.
There's the confidence I want to see.
Ugh.
Just remember, I'm here to support you.
You don't get a response.
He just smiles. Why don't you think you should take a break?
Trent's not.
Do what he says, not what he does.
Still makes me feel like I'm not pulling my weight.
He taps where she's just welding. This seems plenty well welded to me.
Thank you.
So if you weren't pulling your weight, I don't imagine that'd be finished. He keeps welding for a bit. Then he says, once this is all over, are you planning on visiting our new companionship?
Say that again.
Oh, no worries. He said, after a while, he says, do you plan on visiting the new companionship once we are out of this absolute crunch?
I'm not too sure. Meeting a lot of new people is a lot. They say
No,
saying
look.
a lot twice.
Well, there's plenty of engineers. I'm sure you could get along.
Maybe.
It'll help counteract keeping you cooped up here all the time. He looks over when she doesn't respond. What is she up to?
She's just there, kind of like twiddling her thumbs, essentially.
You seem to be impatiently waiting for your break to be over.
Like I said, I don't want to be just sitting here.
Well, what else do you have to do that isn't this? He taps the wall.
Not a lot right now.
Nothing of your own drive?
Oh, well, a couple things.
Alright, what are those?
Well, I like trying to, sketch things out. I sometimes enjoy cooking, and I like to read.
Alright, your break is what, another 15 minutes?
Something like that.
Well, we have 15 minutes. Why not try drawing something or reading something? Instead of sitting there haplessly.
She shrugs.
What does that mean?
Fine, I guess. And she'll take out her data slate grudgingly.
Well, it could suit you better than just sitting there patiently waiting to work on a wall again. He'll continue to kind of idly chatter while she's on her break, but honestly, it's a lot of stuff that isn't so much about like starting a conversation as it's more of like research and other things pertaining to his certain interests. So it just like plans and all that where it's like pity the turrets went down, you know, thinking of possibly reworking the missile launcher that's been sitting in scraps forever, you know, not expecting a reply.
Okay. Does she... She listens idly to you, but she only makes a few comments here and there. She's clearly not super knowledgeable on those things, but you know, she makes a few comments.
At one point, when he's talking, he's just probably stops and he's like, "Wait, what is your area of expertise?"
Just a standard site-based engineer.
Just repairs.
Specifically, my area of expertise is mechanical.
You and
But
Flynn both.
I also do have a training for structural, though. But my area of expertise is mechanical.
Nods. I'm an electrical engineer, thank you. What made you choose structural? Not that it's a bad thing. Structural engineering is a beast of its own.
Well, I want to be more... What's the word for it? Oh, that's right. More employable.
That's what internships are for.
Well, I went to schooling for mechanical and structural so I could be more employable.
Do you have any passion in it?
Well, I like the mechanical aspect of it. The structural is kind of boring. I like taking the things apart and putting the things back together rather than just welding. So even kind of gestures of a wall.
And yet here you are welding.
Yeah, here I am welding. It's something that has to get done, so it's important to have people that can fix walls, especially on a spaceship.
Fixing walls is a pretty early thing you learn when you're a spacer.
But it is the case of fixing walls correctly so that it's not just a patch job is something that not everyone learns.
That's true. Not every weld can be ideal if you don't know how to do it. Or where to put it.
She does nod her head. Yeah.
But even a patch job will keep us from falling apart in a pinch. You can always go back over a patch job and do it correctly. If there's nothing there at all, well, there's nothing.
Yep.
I'm sure you're aware of that. Correcting shoddy work is easier than nothing turned in. Partial credit, all that. Speaking of which, he looks over. When things are less busy, perhaps you'd be interested in providing some of your information to Mac. It aids learning to teach a little bit. It forces you to display the knowledge you've learned.
I'm still just an apprentice. I don't think I should be teaching anyone how to do this.
Are there things you know how to do?
Yeah.
Then you teach someone how to do what you know how to do. It's not official teaching, it's more, in all technicality, group work.
I suppose that makes sense.
Not right now, currently, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And he taps his watch. 15 minutes, by the way.
Yep, and she'll get back to it. Much begrudgingly.
Your favorite
and also-
part.
Yep. But
And
at
also
least
what?
it makes the time go by.
You said and also, I apologize.
Oh no, I was going to continue on.
Oh, go.
No, I just said it.
Oh, okay.
She was going to say something along those lines, no matter what.
He will say, your plans for after this hell?
Not too sure.
Not too sure. Didn't think that far?
No, I'll think of something once I'm done for the day.
Are you? He looks over to her, bit like pensive. Are you an in the moment person?
At times.
You struck me as someone that gave more forethought.
She shrugs. I'm not always thinking ahead.
Not everyone does, I suppose.
She nods her head. And if you'd like, we can end that one there. Unless you were going to continue the conversation.
Oh, he was gonna say something that I was gonna end it. He was gonna say, well, you have plenty of welding to do. I think you have plenty of time to think about it.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can end it there.
All right. They end on the sigh of, I got so much work. Another one down.
Another one down. I apologize for there not being much to that. I wasn't sure how it'd go.
That's all right. All right, who is next?
Me, I think.
It'd
All right.
Me.
What would you like to do? Hoomst.
Okay, Hoomst. Well, since I could probably always bother Reem at some point for Black, unless he'd rather be bothered now.
Well, I think now would be a good point, because Kareem is here with us.
What else?
It's true. It's true.
Don't do this.
Don't do
Well,
this.
the other reason why I say is because Kareem, you're a busy bee during the week.
It's not fair.
Huh? What?
All right, let's do it.
Okay. I'm doing this. So, you got Lauren that's gonna be hunting you down, during the third week. So, where can a black be found?
Is always found. He is always found. Usually in the break room drinking coffee.
In the 15 break room?
Sure. I didn't know that was
the,
break room.
the
I thought that was
main
the meeting
room,
room.
right? Because we've got a couple other gathering spots, but yeah, okay. Getting coffee.
Always.
And Lauren will be getting hot chocolate. And that's how they'll
No.
bump. What? No?
Just kidding.
Say this will be sometime after talking with Max, so she's still jingly. Of
Jingly?
beads, the bead jingles.
All right. She's doing her rounds. She's set an agenda for the day.
No, she's coming up. Whether it's behind you or whether you see it coming.
That's up to you.
That's not up to me. I'm saying she's coming to get hot chocolate.
Hey, no.
Are you
it's
aware?
up to you if it's behind. I'm just getting some coffee. If you're gonna be like, hello from behind, that's on you.
Well, if you don't hear a jingly Lauren coming up behind you, that's your own fault, isn't
Nah, he'll hear it. That's pretty obvious.
it?
He probably doesn't expect that you're going to talk to him, though. He probably expect that you're just walking through.
Well, she comes up behind him, and she like looms over his shoulder.
Nothing personnel officer.
Hi.
Oh. Hello? He says, confused.
How are you? Then she'll actually give him some space after the initial hi as she goes and gets her little cup, her little dedicated hot chalky cup.
He has like the most confused look on his face, but he's like lip kind of up a little bit, you know? He's like, eh. He's like, I'm good.
Have you toured the other ship yet?
Should I?
If you want to. I can.
Shakes his head. Okay, anything to report?
It's nice. They're definitely a military vessel. Everything's all jam-packed. They have a nice garden, kind of. Hydroponics.
A garden and a military ship. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Wish I was stationed on that ship. He says very quietly.
Oh.
Garden sounds nice.
And she pulls a little hot chocolate pack. And, you know, does that little shaky to get all the powder to one side.
He just watches you.
What have you been up to, officer?
Yeah, nothing interesting. Menial tasks, filling out paperwork, writing up documents. Nothing really changed on the ship.
Have you been able to get anything out since we have entered the mist?
Chance,
Yes.
have I been able to get anything out since we've entered the mists?
Some things, yeah, but they've been, delayed. Like since you, on the fringes of a mist, the delay was like, maybe a few hours or so. But as you've gotten deeper and deeper and deeper, the delay has exceedingly gotten longer and longer. And not so much just like length. Like the longest delay you've had so far is like 2 days worth of delay, but there's also a thing on top of it where it's corrupted.
Mm.
The information that you receive from your superiors is corrupted to a point where like some of the information you can understand, but not all of it, and you're like, ew.
Mm-hmm.
So it's probably been a case where you've been keeping, files on your, data pad, or whatever it is you have, so that when you are out of the mist, you can send it all again in like bulk and be like, see, I have been sending you stuff. It was just, something was going on.
Mm-hmm. Okay. You will say, here and there, Not everything gets through as much as I'd like it to, but nothing's urgent. It's all just reports, and they'll understand once I can send stuff through a little more coherently. I would say, how about you? But I don't know if you talk to anyone outside the ship.
She clinky clink stirs her hot chocolate. I sometimes send things out to my family.
Where's your family?
Very far away.
Yeah, yeah, I can guess that.
Gosh, is there coordinates for the Proxian colony all the way out there? I'm sure there is, right? Chance.
Sorry, say again.
Coordinates for the Proxian homeland, so to speak. Like, there's numbers associated to it, technical things, if she really wanted to be picky about it.
Yeah. Well, those would be the coordinates that you'd give.
Mm-hmm.
Like you would have to give the exact coordinates for where it is, because space is a huge place.
Yeah.
Like just one decimal point off can mean that you send it to someone completely
True.
else.
True.
So you'd probably have information like memorized,
So,
or at least written down somewhere.
yeah. She probably sends enough that she has a general gist of it, and then has to like look at her little post-it that she keeps for herself to make absolutely sure there's not sending in the wrong place. But she'll give him what she remembers, at least from her numbers.
Lord, I shrugs a little bit. That's just a bunch of numbers.
The Proxian system, it is on the other side of everything.
I'll nod. Then he'll take a seat.
Somewhere in one of the break chairs.
Mm.
And say, "Is that tough for you?"
Not really. I left knowing that I was going to travel far. I wanted
Oh,
to
yeah?
see all the new things. And see them I have.
How long have you been on this ship?
5 years. More now.
How long does it normally take for you to move on?
Hmm?
He said, how long does it normally take
No,
for you to move
she
on?
understood. She's
okay.
humming at him.
Okay, sorry.
Just looks at her.
Define move on.
Well, you left your home to see things, right? I'm sure being on a ship helps that, but doesn't that mean at some point you'd move to a different place?
I have found that I am much enjoying my time here. And we see many things. She takes a
It's the
sip.
most interesting thing you've seen.
Sips more. Like a deliberate long sip as she considers. Shock, I think.
Yeah, I would say same.
The most beautiful thing I've seen was a planet a little whiles back. Had a beautiful sunrise over all the fields of flowers.
Sounds like someone was staying.
I don't think I'd ever stay. I'd get antsy.
Nods.
And I
Cannot
get
relate.
tired.
He doesn't say that. Sorry.
Cannot relate.
He doesn't say it, but he just
Okay.
he nods pretty politely, basically.
And then she follows up her own answer with a, and I get tired. And she's
Tired of what?
physically tired.
Oh, I suppose that makes sense.
Gravity is, as they say, A harsh mistress.
They say that?
I've seen it, heard it, read it.
Oh. No, I miss gravity.
I don't.
You can't miss it if you never had it, I suppose.
My room is as close as it gets to no gravity, but there's still some. You only really get it when the ship isn't moving very fast and I can sit out there for a bit.
Did you ever go home?
No, I haven't. Not since I've left.
No, he asked, would you ever go home?
Would I ever go home? Maybe. I'm sure I would want to visit home again to say hello.
Nods. Just drinks coffee. Eyes her.
What about you?
What about me?
Everything. I know nothing about you.
Well, you better come up with more specific questions then.
I'll go really specific right now. Are you ready?
Nods.
It's a tough one.
Length.
What's your favorite color?
My what?
Your favorite color?
My favorite color.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard that question in years.
Told you it was tough.
Well, I don't think I have a favorite color.
Well, you have to have a favorite color.
Do I?
Maybe.
It's never appealed to me.
Is there any color you find yourself wearing more often? Of your own
No.
choice? No?
I tend to wear whatever is around.
What color's your toothbrush?
Currently, it's the standard issue one, so I think it's blue and gray.
The last time you were able to choose your own toothbrush, what color was it?
I think I got one of those packs. At all the different colors.
She sees you. Mr. Three empathy.
Hey, what are you empathizing?
You pulling her leg here, buddy. You avoiding the question.
No, it's like a 10% leg pull, but it's mostly the truth. He does not have a favorite color. He doesn't seem to.
If you were to receive an article of clothing, what color would you prefer it to be?
Well, I prefer it to be a good fit. I prefer it to be good quality.
Those aren't colors.
I do not really care about the color.
You're making this difficult.
Sorry to do that for you. Wish I could make it easier.
Perhaps I will just have to ask your partner.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll tell you something very similar.
Perhaps he has a better idea than you do.
He tends to.
How long have you worked with him?
Just about 20 to 30 years now.
Her eyebrows go up. A long time.
Yes, it is.
So he would know.
I suppose he would if there was an answer to the question.
Is he the cup he's drinking out of for his coffee? Is that one of the ship's cups, or is it a personal cup?
Yep. It's one of the ship's cups.
Damn it! Foiled again. So what do you think?
What do I think?
Mm-hmm.
I think it could be a little cooler in here.
Well, I can't do anything about that.
You asked what I was thinking about.
What else do you think?
That's about it.
I'm sure you're thinking something else.
No, I take this time in the break room to not think about things. What do you think?
I think you must have been thinking something else.
When you empathy him, he's telling the truth. This is a very meditative coffee for him. He comes here to think about nothing.
Nice. Would you prefer?
And what did she say when? Sorry, when he said, "What do you think?" What did she say?
I don't remember. I already said it's gone.
Oh, it's all right. Well, that's fine. Continue.
Would you prefer that I left you alone to your coffee then?
He shakes his head. I don't mind.
Then she will officially take a seat with her hot chocolate.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Change my mind. I mind. And she will sit.
Okay. He doesn't say anything. He's very comfortable with silence.
And she will let that silence go, and I suppose we could probably just end it there.
I imagine this happens many times.
Probably. I'm gonna get that RP
nice.
with Wyatt at some point. Maybe even today.
Yeah, get his
I'm gonna
color.
get that color, damn it. So there we go.
There we go, indeed. Thank you for the RP.
Thank you. A long time
What's Lon
coming.
think of Black right now?
Huh?
What?
What's Lon think of Black now?
That he's nice. She hasn't really
Fair.
formed enough of an opinion, I think.
True.
I know
One interaction isn't much.
Well, we've had to hand wave that there's probably been a couple like this prior. I mean, he's been on the ship for how long now? And she would have,
I think long enough.
yeah, Lauren being Lauren, she would have like immediately went to talk to him the minute he was open. So,
Mm.
we're just saying that most of their interactions probably end up similar to this.
What about from
Yeah.
Black's end?
Yeah.
Well, I imagine he slowly becomes appreciative of the company, basically. The silent company.
The silent sip.
Basically, yeah.
Probably why he wasn't surprised when she came up behind him and said hi, because she probably does it all the time.
Yep. It's probably always some question she asks, and sometimes she gets an answer.
Yes. This might be the first. Well, we'll say this is the first time she's tried for the color, though.
Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Sick. Very cool. Fresh.
Sick,
Thank you.
twisted. Yeah. Bop it.
Good work, guys.
Good work, Yukon. I'd like to roll to eat Ram's asshole.
Whoa.
You don't even have to roll for that, man. Just come on over. He's
Alright.
frustrated. Go on.
Put it in the thoughts, please, because it's canon that I've eaten your asshole. Not Black. Kareem has eaten your asshole.
Oh, wow.
Eats ass. I put that in the quote chart here
Good.
in the hub,
Good.
not the drop
Canon.
one. One moment. Just a second.
Fantastic.
Yes.
So, who's next?
I'm gonna-
Yeah.
Outstanding action for Kareem for eating Ram's asshole.
I would like an outstanding action for
What?
that,
Glad
Where
to
is my
hear everybody
outstanding
tune
action?
back in at the most opportune time.
I'll think about it.
yeah. Thank you.
So, love, you said you're not doing any RPs today?
I can do RPs, I just didn't didn't
No,
have the brain
what a-
power to think of them myself at the time.
Do you now?
I have some.
Do them.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
No, if people want RPs from me, I'm here for it.
No, Con. If you want to RP.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Okay.
That was a circular conversation. Anyway, next RP.
No, it's not. That answered my question. You don't want RP.
Who next?
On. Who's
I've
next?
gotten
You
mine.
decide.
Is that an Epic Rap Battles reference?
I'm so glad. Yes, it is actually.
What the fuck? Guys, it's so hot.
All right, Hana, not Hana, Bree.
Hi. Yes?
Did you want to give him Minerva and Joy one, or Joy? And if so, what?
Well, I was gonna hold on that because I don't have anything particular at the moment. It was a big maybe one. I think honestly, it can probably be hand waved
Okay.
because it's basically he's just gonna be heading in there and just talking with them. The main thing with Joy is checking in on how the other VIs are doing.
Well, that one can be pretty hand wavy since Joy would say that they're doing well for his situation. He does once again request maybe a bit more, hardware space for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's tight in there, as he puts it.
Because I can't remember. Did Mindy add the simulation stuff after a while? I know there was
They
talk
did,
of it.
yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How much downtimes would it take to add more hardware space for them?
That's more of a you need the parts for it.
Mm.
But it would be just in case if you have the parts, it would just take one downtime.
Okay. But we do not have the parts.
Nope, unless you're scrapping other stuff.
Okay.
I doubt you want to scrap your, useful stuff.
No, probably not.
All right. Khan doesn't want to do their stuff. Oh, yes.
As far as predating RPs, am I okay to grab you for one of those later?
Sure.
Because I figured the current one should get done first.
You don't want to do it now?
I just said I think the current one should get done first.
Oh.
You don't want to do it now?
I will end you.
You don't want to do it now.
Alright.
Whoa.
You know what, Jordan? Want to do an RP from 3 months ago where they're just hanging out and welding? Let's fucking do it, coward. You won't.
Why though?
All right. Do it right now.
Doesn't have to be 3 months ago. There's plenty of welding opportunities right now.
No,
No.
it's got to be backdated. It's got to be backdated to prove a point.
No, because
But
then we're
the
gonna have to
timeline,
retcon.
Bree.
Wait, is this
We
the
gotta
answer you
retcon
wanted,
everything
or is this
with
just
the
you
timeline.
being spiteful?
Yep. Rye and Hana are welding, but then a portal to
Well,
the unknown opens. We
well,
gotta
you have to roll.
retcon to hell and back.
Shock space.
No, it's not
First
even
one
shock
was
space.
OCT.
It goes straight to hell.
Oh, it is the same thing.
Isn't that just your OCT?
Nice.
No, because that goes to
That's a
shock
train.
space.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Shock space.
It's okay. I know. Hell really does seem similar to trains.
Probably not the RP you were actually asking for.
Going off the rails on a crazy ride.
So, who go next? Looks around.
Well, I've got I want Lauren to thank Rye personally. Although I don't know if there's anything past the thanking. So whether you want to RP that out or hand wave.
I mean, up to you. It might be like a 10-second RP. It might not be.
True. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do this RP. It could be baby RP or it could become a thing.
Alright.
So it will
Sure
be we can hand wave that she does an initial thanks again, but this is during the first 2 weeks where she's really busy, where everyone's really busy. So she won't be able to sit down proper, but she will say thanks. But then somewhere in week 3 or 4, this will be the RP.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Comes.
Yeah.
Third time's the charm.
Third time, fourth time, whoever knows. Like she had someone, and it was Hana. She had Hana thank Rye, back when it first when she first patched Franklin up. And then I imagine that she did a quick thanks when she got to the room during session. I was like, thanks. So yeah, this will be like the third or fourth time now. Fourth time probably. Oh yeah. So where are you, Rye?
Well,
Where are we gonna find you?
if this is during, I mean, of course, it's during the whole being connected with the other ship. Not exactly a changing factor. If they're trying to find her on like during like regular hours, I guess what the term would be. She's gonna be on the other ship somewhere. So the best time to probably catch her would be sometime in the morning or sometime around the afternoon, because that's when she'd head back to the Rossi.
Oh. Going to the other ship.
Yeah.
What you doing on the other ship?
Working there as a medical person.
Oh.
Would probably require my presence, I'd assume. It would just be a Skype call in.
Right. Okay. She will. Does she wait for Rye or does she bother her in the morning? I imagine Lauren's sleeping hours are actually kind of everywhere right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's sleeping fine. It's just that she's always trying to make sure she's by someone. So we'll do a morning one, I think, before Rye heads out.
Okay. One second, let me just do something real quick here. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. So, are you like knocking at her door? Or are you just catching her literally on her way out?
Catching her on her way out would be kind of fun. Like, follow her to the other ship for all we know. By week 3, do we have to have the permissions and stuff to go on board? Chance? Chancellor?
Yes. What was the question of me?
Died long ago.
By week 3, do we need permissions and security to watch us as we go over to the other ship?
Yes, it's week 4. You don't.
It's week 4. Okay. Is
If.
Okay. What?
Yeah. I was gonna say, unless it's your first time over, then they're like, all right. But Lauren's already gone over by that point.
Yeah, Lauren's already gone over. So does she still need permissions?
Still week 3, yes.
Okay. Is Rye still doing it into 4th week?
She would be.
Would be. Let's catch you on. We got a 4th weeker here.
Oh no, the timeline.
Yeah, I'm keeping track here, buddy. You make fun, but I keep track.
I know. I know. Many people do.
Many people are doing this.
Yep. So, probably early 4th week. The beginning of the 4th. She'll catch Rye on her way out. She'll be like, oh, where you going?
Is that how Lauren asks? Or is that word for word? Is that we enter our team?
I don't know, unless you got a better idea.
Because I need an appropriate. No, it's just, does she sound like that? Is that how she I need an appropriate reaction to be ready for that. Where you going?
Where you going? Where you going?
It's like, wow, Lauren, this face really is doing a number on you.
I'm gonna roll.
Fucking creepy.
I'm gonna roll a die to see how long it's been since she's been hanging around someone. Or how long she's been awake, I guess. Because these are probably early in the morning, right? Quote unquote morning, as if we have time out here.
Yeah, it probably. Ship time.
Oh, wait. So this could be. I think when I want to make this die, maybe it could be how long she hasn't been around someone. Okay, yeah, she's not being creepy about it. What?
No. It's funny.
What is Rye's morning routine? Like, does she come into the main area at all? Grabbing some snackies or anything on your way out?
Probably. Got food and stuff. She's not as bad as me. She actually eats breakfast.
Oh, you're not doing the toast running out?
No. Her anime days have long since passed her for now. They spike up every once in a while, but for now, she's she truly is just the normal medic and not a quote-unquote normal medic.
Nice. So, I'm thinking when Rye first goes in there, Lauren is like laying on the couch. Probably not in the way a normal person lays on the couch, right? She's doing that weird splaying thing she does.
Does Lauren ever do anything like a normal person?
You know, good question. Let's find out next episode.
How different are we talking here?
Right. No, this is normal Lauren. Normal Lauren splay. So probably like upside down, from the couch.
Yeah, I feel that.
She's like,
that was my first thought.
as Rye enters the room.
Hello, Lauren.
How are you?
All right for now.
You gonna be going over to the other ship?
Yes, I am.
Do you want some company?
I wouldn't mind.
And Lauren kicks her leggies and she uprights herself. And will stand. Need any help with anything?
Fortunately, all my stuff's already... Well, actually, their equipment's already more than necessary.
Oh, I was more talking about breakfast stuff. And she gestures.
Oh, thanks. No, I'm just gonna grab something quick.
Don't need tall person. Don't need my reach.
I do not need your reach. Not now.
Ah.
Next time, though.
Okay.
I'm gonna want that cup on the top shelf.
It's always the best cup.
Not this. It's always the best cup. I swear someone hides it up there.
I wouldn't know what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Look at right up.
I think we know
I
who
see
hides the
you.
cup on the top shelf.
I see you. Only one person can reach that conveniently, Lord. Already out of yourself. It's the best cup.
Right.
I was like, so you feel for this option. I see.
She'll move over and help with breakfast prep, though.
Yeah. I can quickly like scramble some stuff together. And rise on the move.
She follow. Easy to keep up with.
And yeah, she's not speed walking or anything.
You said, Chance, that when we go over there, no cogs, right?
Lauren, you might be able to get away with it, but if you have any weapons on it, those get peace-bound.
Okay. I'll just roll odd or even whether she's wearing it or not. So odd, she's wearing it right now. Oh, no cog.
Can't believe naked Lauren or naked snake.
Naked.
No.
Oh, that also means that she did not have extra limbs assisting in breakfast prep.
Oh, a regular amount of limbs. Oh no. Where's our optimization? Where's our efficiency?
She's taken very much to them. You probably see her from time to time now beating, but she can do more beating because she has double the limbs.
Double the limbs, double the beating.
Yeah, or at least double the arms. Her toesies still hold on the beats too, though, so.
She get toesy limbs.
Toesy, ooh. Possibilities.
Lauren the spider.
Well, I believe the, what was it, the Omni-Limb had another option where it was even more limbs, wasn't it? It's like a ridiculous number of limbs. Then I really would be a spider.
Yep.
Go get it.
It'd be nuts.
Think about how fast you can move.
It doesn't help with the movement.
That's stupid, Chance. It should help with movement.
No, that's stupid.
Why is that stupid?
Because they're arms, not
Because
legs.
it gives you arms.
Yeah, but I mean, if we add them as legs, though.
Although I suppose the
No.
way Lauren runs is kind of questionable.
I'm just saying.
No.
I'm just saying. If you look at Doc Ock, how fast do you think he can move with all of his arms is propelling him forward?
Ooh, good point. Good point.
No.
I mean, no, Chance.
I mean, no.
You didn't even think about it.
Like Invader's
You just
Zim.
said
I
no.
did. I did. I already let y'all move insanely ridiculous speeds.
Chance, we want Doc Ock.
All right. Are you sure you want Doc Ock?
we want him. We
No.
want me to be Doc, not.
No.
Yeah, not me.
No, I'll give you Doc Ock, but Lauren will
Doc
not be Doc Ock.
Doc.
I
Oh,
will
I'm
give
happy
you
to
Doc
fight.
Ock.
Are you saying we get to fight Doc Ock, Chance?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of down.
Okay.
We're good.
All right.
We're gonna die.
Chance
again.
over here.
Yeah.
Move this Chance.
I got my image ready.
Oh no.
Yeah, whatever.
Or Peter.
All right.
Yep. So.
Well, as they're walking on, they're doing their thing.
Hey, so I wanted to thank you again.
Oh my god, you killed him.
Empathy line. That didn't sound healthy at all.
She dropped something in your coffee.
That is not a way to speak at all. That's not Lauren's speech. Immediately off-putting.
No, this
Do-
is
do I-
more playful. Her, she's not trying. Okay, I guess that's just her proxy and her is
Yeah.
just coming off as creepy.
You've never used that tone with me ever in any RP.
I'm
I've
scared,
never
Jordan.
heard you do that. I'm just, nope, I'm sus now. What the fuck is the empathy roll again? It's a fucking interrogation. A clown interrogation, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm.
I could roll for the shits and giggles to counter you.
Oh, you'll beat me.
But she's also not hiding anything.
2.
Remember, it's a clout or attention interrogation.
Get the hell away from me, Chance. You think I'm rolling attention instead of clout?
Right. Well,
ever?
here's the shits and giggles, but I will give you her truth. Oh. So, yeah, I'm not hiding anything. I don't believe she knows that she's being more clingy than usual, but whether you're able to pick up on that is up to chance, I think. Because I'm not sure how that actually projects from her.
That is true. Chance?
I'd say you're not really picking up on the fact that Lauren's being extra cleany right now because Lauren hasn't really done anything to be extra cleany. Like maybe if this continues, then you might be able to, like, without a roll, you might be able to, like, all right, something might be up. But right now, it's just the case of something's up with Lauren, but it's hard to say what.
All right, cool. That's enough. I'll take that. I'll live with that. She shrugs, drinks the coffee anyway. Robbie. Oh, for what?
For Franklin. Saving
Again?
him. Yes, again.
You were really worried about him, weren't you?
I was. I am ever so thankful that you were able to save him.
Well, I'm glad I was able to as well. But you don't really have to thank me. It is kinda my job. Kinda, just a little bit.
I know. But saying thanks never hurts.
And spending more time with him?
Yes.
Have you asked him out yet?
No.
You should do that.
I gave him the book
Present?
sleeve, yeah.
How do you like it?
He liked them both.
Did you ask for a smooch afterwards?
What? No.
That would have been the perfect time to do it.
No. Reading from her, the thought didn't even cross, like, Lauren's mind.
Yeah.
I held
he
his
was like,
hand.
I didn't get you anything though, Lauren. And then he'd be like, oh, well, there's something you could give me.
No. Although he did say that he's gonna have to get me something now.
Oh, see?
See what?
Let's just ask him out.
What?
You should just ask him out.
I don't know.
What are you afraid of?
I don't know.
Just shy about it?
Yes. I guess.
I mean, I could ask for you, I guess.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Just immediately, no. We are figuring things out, I think. At our own pace. Yes.
You both had a discussion about figuring things out like that together, or
No.
you just okay. So you're going at your pace.
At our pace.
I just, not to be a downer, I guess, but scares like that don't happen often.
Oh, I know, that's... I mean, you know that I was sitting on that gift for a while.
So don't wait till it's too late.
I will try.
You'll be happier for it. Depending on factors.
Right. She doesn't seem worried. Yeah, she doesn't seem worried about outcome. It's the apprehension is more towards the actually voicing things.
Hmm. If Lauren had an outcome or whatever, or was like, "Why did you say that, Rye? What do you know?" I would have been like, "What if his feet smell bad?"
What?
I mean, he's always got the pedal to the metal. I've never seen him take his shoes off.
I mean, we're all technically really stinky because sometimes we don't shower for a couple days.
Yeah, that's different though.
I'm sure if his feet were stinky, we could figure something out.
Good. That's a good attitude.
'Cause my feet don't stink, so I think I know how to deal with it.
Yep, that translates. Do you need help taking that step, Lauren, to ask, or
What'd you say? Help with what?
do you need help taking the step to ask him out?
I don't know. I'm
No, it's
trying.
Well, when you try, what happens? Just like you seize up, you
I don't
can't think
know,
of what
I
to
just-
say.
Well, I mean, we just kind of hang out. I mean,
Mhm.
I'm happy, and I can tell he's happy too.
Are you afraid that if you ask him out, that'll change that?
Maybe? I don't think it would.
Hmm.
I just haven't felt like I needed to put a voice to it.
See, in most cases I'd say that's fine, but I think you do have a track record of not exactly putting yourself first is the best way I'd describe it, I guess.
Example?
You abstain all the time, that's for sure.
Well, sometimes I do that because. But other times, yes, I do abstain because I don't want to make that choice.
And sometimes you don't want to step on other people's toes. and
That
stuff like
too.
that. Yeah. So you feel like you don't see a need to do it. But, it's kind of like I wouldn't say a natural thing, but it's something I noticed, I guess.
How much do you talk to him?
Franklin?
Yeah.
I'd say an average amount. Like on par with as much as I talk to almost everyone else on the ship.
Hmm.
Maybe more so, since I am also his doctor.
I suppose. You are kind of everyone's doctor.
Yeah, I have a vibrant social circle going on here.
Big.
She smiles and nods, sips her coffee. Why do you ask?
Well, maybe you could see how
He feels about you?
Yes.
Yeah, he likes you.
What?
Yeah, it's that obvious. It's that obvious. I mean, I can ask him directly, but I've teased him about it a few times, and he's made the exact same reactions you usually do when I tease you about it. So
Oh,
he's probably in the same boat and doesn't know if he should say something or not. Probably doesn't want to ruin things with you.
But he wouldn't.
Yeah, but sometimes people are afraid of things they shouldn't be.
That's true.
For him, I assume just the possibility that things could go poorly is enough to dissuade him from trying, maybe. Or maybe I'm completely wrong and it's something else.
Maybe his feet stink.
Maybe his feet stink.
She says with like that wry smile.
Yep.
I still have a week. I'll do it this week.
What you do now?
Well, not right now. I'm with you right now.
No, you go there together, and then I'll stay outside the door and ask him out.
No.
Well, if you don't do it now, you're not gonna do it next week. If I had an excuse to do it next week.
What?
You said you were gonna do it during Vegas, and then you didn't.
Didn't.
So this is the second time that I knowingly know you're gonna ask someone out, because you say you are.
I'll do it.
Now.
Yesterday you said tomorrow.
Today he said tomorrow.
Now I'll do it. I'll do it. I don't need you standing at the door.
You won't even realize I'm there. You're gonna be looking at him the whole time.
I'll know.
What's wrong with me being there?
She just makes a little Lord noise.
Just shy. Come on.
Because if I like did it and then you heard and you'd be like busting in the door like and I'm like
No, I wouldn't do that. No, this is your moment. It's not my place to make a spectacle of it. You'll go in there, you'll ask him out, you'll say yes, and you'll calmly say, alright, let's set up a date. And then you'll walk out of there and walk off.
But I would want to spend more time with him. But I would want to spend more time with him. That'd be weird to just be like, hey, and then just leave.
Well, give him time to think. Sorry, I realize you handle things a lot differently than I do. I forget, you're Christian. I mean...
Kareem dying over there.
He's in the background. No, she says, alright, that's fine. Spend more time with him after then. Hash it all out.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere anytime soon, Lauren.
Well, they're probably already crossed over into the other ship and stuff, right?
Oh, she'll turn around.
What? No!
Yeah, turns around.
What? No.
We're gonna do it now.
But it's like... however early in the morning.
He's definitely awake.
Yeah, probably, but...
You even know his sleep schedule. My goodness.
Just a little longer. I gotta think.
Think on what? You have a long walk ahead of us. What are you thinking on?
A little longer.
If you think too much, you're not gonna do it.
More time to think.
Think on what?
I'm gonna say it.
Well, try it now. Do it now. What are you gonna say?
No, I'm figuring out my own time.
I'll take forever, Lauren.
No, I'll do...
You said you're gonna do it during Vegas. How have you not already thought about this?
I have. I'm thinking more about it.
You're thinking too much.
No, I'm getting
You're
closer.
overthinking it. No, I'm getting closer. close enough.
I'm actually crying here.
Oh no, are you okay?
No, it's not a sad cry. It's like just hilarious.
Funny?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, amazing. Lauren is just gonna keep like doing these little Lauren circles that she's doing with the little Lauren hemming and hawing as well, and her little Lauren noises.
Yep.
And insisting, you know, she will do it this week because this is like the beginning of the 4th week, so she's got some days.
Wouldn't you rather do it now and then have all those days instead of thinking about it to actually spend time with him?
Fine, I'll do it soon.
No. Mm.
I just,
Mhm.
I don't need you over my shoulder. I can do this.
Aren't you usually over most people's shoulder?
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean.
Well, no, you get some of it yourself. Come on. This is what you gotta do. Let's go.
Right.
It'll be fine. You're gonna go do it. Everything's gonna be fine. And then afterward, you're gonna be like, man, that was so easy. Why didn't I do this earlier?
But if is right pushing her in a direction.
No, she's like leading the way.
She just keeps making little objection Lauren noises, but she's following.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
She is flustered, though. You're getting that from her.
Yeah, I feel. Yeah, I could tell. The noises weren't enough.
You know, this is what every shy person needs: is a yes man.
Yeah. See,
Yep.
fitting right back into my role as an enabler.
Yep.
It's just
That's
how
all
these
they
things
needed
go.
was a ride to enable. Just literally kick them together, slam them together like two Barbies.
No keys.
What? What was that?
Oh, no.
So I guess they're making their way back through the Rossi then, huh?
Yep.
Yep. Weaving their way
Apparently.
up the hallway there, huh?
Yep.
Yep.
You get to the cockpit door, the two of you.
Lauren is staring at the door.
They've all this time, the whole walk. It's like, so what are you gonna do? Think about it. What are you gonna say? You're gonna walk in there. He's gonna be in the thing.
Thinking about
Then you finally get there. It's like, you finally get there. We're at the door. It's like, so.
it.
Did you not think about it?
No, I didn't think about it. I was too busy being flustered.
Huh? 1 minute.
What?
1 minute. Come on. What are you gonna do?
Mm,
You're gonna go in there. And you're gonna ask him out, right?
okay. I'm gonna go in there and ask him.
Mm-hmm.
Go in there. What if he's not in there?
I knock on the door.
What? Ha!
A few moments go by, and the door opens. There's a Franklin standing there. Oh, hello, Rye. Hello, Lauren. What can I do
Hey,
for you?
Space Ace.
Wait, what'd you say?
Is it, hey, Space Ace?
Not an ace anymore. Thanks so.
Yeah. You guys have a pretty tight bind. Pull it off pretty badassly, if I say myself. You even got a giant ass souvenir from it, apparently.
Well, it's more like the Rossi gave me a giant souvenir.
See, you piloted it so well it wanted to be one with you.
I would have preferred there not be one with Rossi. It's a fine ship, but being that intimate with a ship, it doesn't sound very fun.
Yeah, we definitely need more engines. Also,
Well, the Rossi needs any engines, really.
this is also true. All right.
So what are you here for?
Could you give us like 2 minutes? Well, not
He
again.
kind of looks at you with an expression of like, I don't know what's going on, but this is some weird siren thing, and he looks to Lauren to see what her expression is.
Let's see how schooled she is right now. You do good.
Cool as a cucumber.
Cool as a cucumber.
Cool as
You're ready.
All right, and he closes the door, and as soon as the door closes, then Lauren, the composure.
Before Lauren loses complete composure, I like hold up a hand to Lauren's face, like, "Don't, nothing yet," and I wait, and I hear for Franklin to take steps away from the door first.
You're pretty sure he steps away, but those doors are thick.
I pull Lauren back a good like 5 steps, and then I lower my hand.
And then the little Lauren wheeze.
See, he's in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi.
You got this, all right? You know in there? What are you gonna say? What are you gonna do? You're going to
I'm going to
ask
him.
him.
I'm gonna ask him out.
I didn't catch that.
I'm going to ask him out.
I'm not gonna ask for a 3rd time. I know that'd probably break you.
Eh.
I'm proud of you.
Okay.
Okay. Do you need anything but how? Do you know the words you're gonna say, or
I'll figure
because you don't need to overthink it too much.
Okay.
You know what you want to do.
Yeah.
You're gonna go do it. You gotta get it.
Okay. And she deep breath.
Breath, yep.
Finds her
Breathe.
center.
On your center. It's gonna be fine.
Center.
Just remember to do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna send you a message.
No.
5 minutes.
5. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. She takes another breath because she already took one before.
So you got this.
she flips her hair behind her, after probably like toying with it and making a slight mess of it.
Oh, Rye does the whole like finger, move eyebrow,
Yeah. Okay.
Sexy. You got this.
I'm like half imagining like a butt slap to you, like, you get him. Okay. And
Get him.
right. And she'll go in.
Job here is done. Good luck.
Job's done. Yep. Lauren, enter the room.
All right, you enter the room.
Yep.
Franklin turns around in his chair. Figure whatever that was out. Where's Rye?
think
Thought she was
so.
coming in with you.
Oh, she's hanging back for a moment.
All right, something weird she's doing. All right. What's going on, Lauren?
It's siren stuff. Don't worry about it.
I figured as much.
Let's do an empathy. Get a read on him right now. Hacha.
What are you looking for?
Is he on to me?
He's just confused right now. He doesn't know what's going on, but he's like, all right, whatever. Like, If Rye wants to do that, that's Rye's prerogative. I'm not even going to think about it.
Oh, that almost makes it worse. Oh.
See, look, such a good man.
Just hearing right through night. Look, see.
On your shoulder, it's like he's primed for the taking.
No.
Going for the kill.
Get him.
This man has had sex maybe twice in his life. You got this.
If even.
He was a hotshot space pilot. You think you've only had sex twice?
Proper sex, all right.
You know, glancing at that king chart there. Okay. She takes some step forward. Like Lauren is going to be visibly nervous. And
Right,
she's
so he-
got her little hands up in her dress, twirling with it. What's he doing?
He will ask the question of what's going on, Lauren.
I have a question for you.
Oh, all right. I don't think it's anything really to get worked up over, wherever it is.
Inch a little closer, you know, a little shy Lauren.
On inching.
Do you want to go out with me?
Like to go get some food?
Add in more?
Oh, okay. That's what you meant by siren stuff.
Yeah.
Sure. But, if, doing that just makes you nervous, it doesn't need to be anything special, okay?
Okay.
Gives you a smile.
Gives him a smile. So we're a thing?
If you want it, sure.
If you want it as well.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
Okay. She'll reach a little hand out for him.
He will accept Lauren's hand and take it.
Hand squeeze.
Gently pats hand with his other hand.
I'm glad that she motivated me to say that.
All right, well. It doesn't mean that we need to change how our, friendship works and all.
No, of course.
Okay. All right.
Oh, we'll just figure stuff out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense.
Okay. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later.
Okay. Bye. She'll, with a little bit more of a what is it? Something to her step. Happy Lauren. Happy.
There you go.
There
Mission
you go.
accomplished. Let's go home.
She comes in through the
You
door
text.
and you get it. Like, you get it from her.
Yeah.
She holds out a gun, you motherfucker.
Has their little nexus in front of them for they're about to type a message and then they put it away. Oh,
I did it.
I can tell.
Thanks to you. Thank you.
You did it on your own.
Well, you helped.
Yeah, well, everyone can use a little help every now and then.
Hug?
Of course.
She hugs. Okay.
So,
Buttons.
what do you... Okay.
What do you want to do now?
What's your first date gonna be?
I don't know.
Time to think about it. Start talking.
Would you say don't think about it or time to think about it?
Time to think about it.
Yeah. I'll think about it. I think that's a good spot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That was a fun one.
You're welcome.
Definitely motivated her to do something that she probably wouldn't have done.
Yeah.
You got together with your boy. How does it feel?
She feel good.
Aww. Yay.
Yeah.
Papillon and Franklin is so awkward. He's just like, sure, we can date.
Well, not even that. First,
You
like,
won.
Yeah, you want to go out? Yeah, we can go get food.
I was gonna fucking come in there and clock.
You're gonna fucking hold hands and you're gonna fucking meet up.
An actual healthy drop relationship.
Right?
Yep. That hopefully would have been
Foxconn.
Oh, why you say that?
It's real good timing for this to start happening, huh?
That'll be fun.
We'll be fine.
Can we get a ship directory edition of oh my god, why am I like, yes, thank you, Franklin X the Rossi. Can it be called Pit in My Stomach? Can it be called Pit in My Stomach?
You mean for the ships? Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe we can just type it in. What we call?
Oh yeah, we can type it in. I'm asking. I'm making sure everyone's okay with that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
What is it
absolutely.
called? What is it called?
I'm gonna Pit in My Stomach.
On it. And
Oh,
it's
no.
the what are we calling this? Is it friendship, platonic, obsession, envy, crush, one-sided, hate ship, question mark, sex, romantic, or it's complicated?
Sex
What?
and platonic.
Got it.
I'm sorry, the
course.
Rossi definitely penetrated Franklin. I'm sorry.
Nice.
No. It's sex and the ship.
Also, I have to switch the priest.
I am gonna make it a hate ship because it did try to kill him.
It did try.
It did almost kill him, yeah.
So this would be straight up romance then, huh?
Yeah.
For Lauren and him, yeah. Cute. Nice. The only other confirmed romance is Ram and Monsters.
Yep.
Ram and monsters must be in love, always.
Nice.
Do we really have no other confirmed ones? Wait a second.
We had one for a little while, but then it got dunked.
Yeah.
Yep. The only other relationship that's going on is a relationship between Rye and Amanda. That's more like open-ended, where the two of them are like, hey, we share the same bed every so often, and we have like extra long girl nights.
They're like friends with benefits.
Yeah.
But like they're like best friends with benefits.
Yeah.
I still love
and then,
take me into your loving
Yeah.
arms.
and then so often, they're just very catty with each other and following. Everyone's like, what's going on?
Yeah, like tell me the gossip, girlfriend.
Yeah, girlfriend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would have known that would have taken that route. Thank you very much for that wonderful RP, both of you.
RPs.
Oh, any other RPs?
Anyone?
All right.
Well, I think my other stuff can probably be hand waved or just done a little later. They're a little less priority. Minerva's just chatting it up about missed shit. And then Joy is probably, it'll be the same hand wave quality as with Hana, because Lauren will be asking him about how the other VIs are doing and how he's doing. And just spending time
Okay.
with Joy as well. Like, she's trying to spend time with, like, everyone. So she'll vibe in one of the offices with him as well. Like, probably in Rye's room, per se, just because, like, we still have people coming in from, or here and there from outside. You know what I mean? So whenever she is able to do so discreetly with, like, the least likely chance of him getting discovered. And then like, when talking with Minerva, it's the same thing where when she's actually talking to Minerva, she'll probably go into the dropship to be able to converse without worry. Although I do imagine that during the first 2 weeks when they were repairing the hangar bay, Lorne, if she wasn't actively repairing stuff, might have been vibing on like the balconies above on the second floor of that place just to keep an eye on everything, or help with repairs just to be there. Keep eyes on the people that aren't from our ship. Make sure they're not poking at things. Muy important.
I see.
Yeah. I even have like a brief, like half-assed, although not really half-assed, kind of true excuse for like if Lauren needs to be like, hey, you guys can't go on that ship. And they'd be like, why? And she'd be like, I got a secret project in there. It's full of beads, and it's a lot of beads, and other people can't see it because it's secret. Or something like that, like, because there is a lot of beads. He's got all the fish, but the fish are already gifted. But it'll be her. That would be like her reason to be like, don't go in there. I'm not done.
Fish.
Fish.
Oh shit, speaking of fish. I don't know if we ever talked to Chance about it. Chance, last time we were on the one before Vegas, that vacation, we got Minerva a fish. I don't know if anyone ever talked to you about that.
No one ever talked to me about this.
Yeah, Minerva got a fish.
Need to keep for it.
Just dead mouths floating in the tank.
Yeah, I'd say that y'all would have been able to sort that out.
Nice.
So yeah, Minerva has fish. Minerva's opinion of everyone improved.
Hey.
Domestic relations are working out.
I will save you, if only because you got me this fish.
So,
Call the one you're giving
You got
Minerva. Good.
Who will feed my fish?
Oh, Minerva
Exactly.
probably feeds the fish.
The janitor shows up, feeds fish, leaves.
The janitor is Minerva's favorite person.
Although for actual shock jumps, you'd have to like engineer a little auto food drop.
He'll be okay.
That's easy enough.
Chance, you've said so 3 times. What's up?
1 second. I just need to get the music real quick. Because since everyone's here, I'm actually going to do a very quick introduction to the drop itself.
Hell yeah.
So let me
We're all gonna die.
You're gonna die. Get dunked.
No, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be the one killing you, huh?
playlists.
I'm gonna have to kill you and salvage your cog for parts, you know?
I will kill you and salvage your bones, bitch.
Correct. I will make use of your bones. Man, it's gonna be really fucked up when someone important dies and just goes for the cog to strip it, just strip it for parts.
Wow.
How do I load stuff from SoundCloud?
I
One
don't know.
second.
I think you do for this one. I don't know if it does SoundCloud.
Is there a YouTube
Did
equivalent?
it. I did it.
He did it. Ooh,
Okay.
funky. Do I need to be in the Roll20 for this, Chance?
Well, nah. You don't need to be. People can describe it to you.
I'm gonna come into the Roll20.
So, as I described last time, at the end of last session, you had just pulled into the place known as Vadroth. A massive station, unfathomably large. It's bigger than entire cities. Some of you might even think that it might be as big as a moon. But it's so hard to say with the mists all over. The biggest problem of this place is that as everything is coming into fruition and Varasi has been stationed and placed down upon a cradle that slowly jutted out jerkily, its system still function just enough that it can safely hold Varasi up. The artificial gravity kicking back on to make Varasi weightless. As you can then see the internals of the hangar. A massive complex if you're looking out any of the handful of windows on Varasi. You can see there's multiple platforms up and many more down. Varasi is facing this direction. So Varasi is facing that way. And if you look out the handful of windows that look inwards towards this place, you can see dozens of crisscrossing platforms, walkways, and other such things. Yeah. It is a massive sight to behold, and you can see multiple proper hangars inlaid into the wall. Some down, some above. Each one dark and cavernous. Most of them having their doors still sealed shut, but a few nearby open. More worryingly is that just from your position below the Cossack, you can see two large vessels, one of which has clearly sustained damage, another one in a bitter state of repair. This one being the damaged one, and this one being the one better off. Clearly, the damaged one landing up on top of the platform itself, and you can see the platform didn't take too kindly to that. Parts of it sagged and cracked inwards. The ship itself clearly gaining some energy damage from some sort of high-powered weapon. The other one, you can see there's dents and rents throughout the ship itself, but still, it looks functional. Varasi's system has a hard time penetrating deep into the walls of the station, but what it is able to detect is that this hangar could easily contain an entire fleet of ships by itself. And besides those that you can see, as this hangar continues on downwards, It continues off this direction, and it continues upwards. There is far, far out in the distance a end. You can see the wall there that finally denotes the end of this hangar, but it is far, far down. And as your system is collecting information, it's readily apparent that there's other ships parked in here, most of which smaller than the Rossi or the Cossack, but a few of equal size. Oddly, though, you're also getting that there is a bit of, not a bit, but a lot of electrical activity. Most of it's sputtering and having trouble coming to life, but you have a feeling that this area has been active and on, which makes sense, considering you've been brought here to meet up with the base camp. But coming into this hangar, you didn't see any base camps. You didn't see any activity, and the radios are silent. There is no broadcasted messages. There is no anything. It's dead silent. And anyone who's in the cockpit would be the one would be able to see it, and if no one's there, Franklin would inform them that he can see some barricades. Specifically, you can see barricades placed at some of the opened hangars, where the doors have been partially opened but been seized shut. And he also indicates that he sees some barricades on some of the walkways here and there. It even looks like that there might have been signs of people trying to destroy the walkways. And as this is going on, if you're up in the cockpit with Franklin, you can hear that he's given a order from the Cossack. We need to turn up your sensor. Look in these coordinates, specifically find our ship. The IFS signature, and they give all of that information for him. And Franklin dutifully does his work. And as... oh, goodness. What is going on, computer? And as that is going on, there's a bit of a static again from the AI blaring throughout the hangar. Everyone can hear it, as this is an enclosed space. Its stuttering voice... warning, unregistered registered vessels in the hangar area contacting security. Override. Override. There's a blare of static sound once again, before, once again, the automated autonomous voice says, "Credentials accepted. Welcome back, Razor back." As it falls silent again, that being the only major sound echoing from the hangar for several long moments, as Franklin proceeds to do his tasks. And anyone who's up front with him can then see that anyone who's up there with him can see Franklin becomes a little bit concerned, and Franklin will even ask for Mindy to come up. Just to verify his work. And Mindy, you determine the same thing that Franklin determined. The Janissary is right next to your ships. Ship over here. The reason why no one thought it was a Janissary is because, A, it's been severely damaged. The only reason it hasn't fallen down into this cavernous hangar is because the undersiding Gertie has been keeping it supported. Huge swaths of its hull have been melted inwards. The defenses upon it destroyed. All of these, and it's hard to even determine its exact shape anymore. That's how much damage it has sustained. It seemed someone really wanted to destroy it, and from the scans that Verossi is getting, someone broke it in half nearly. It looked like this happened when it was sitting there. This wasn't damage that is sustained outside the drop and then moved in. This is damage it sustained inside this hangar bay. And as Franklin relays this information, immediately the ship captain is one who comes on, and she says, "Is this information verified?" And Franklin says, "Yes, this is verified. I had it double checked. That ship matches the signature of the Janissary. It's warped, but it's the same ship. Confirmed." And then she calls out, "Well, then you can then, from your area, hear the local chatter picks up heavily as the Artemis security forces are deployed. You're all told to sit tight and prime your defenses. And with that, your 2 repaired coil turrets are turned online. The spotlights of Verossi turned on to illuminate the darkened shadows of this area. And everyone is instructed to wait. Now I have a question for you. Is anyone, intentionally paying attention to the comm chatter of what's going on with the Artemis people? Or people just like,
Yes,
that's
of
not my problem.
course.
Okay, people are paying attention. So, you're not able to get all the comm chatter, but you're able to get a lot of it because, well, the Hadley Wright director wants as much of this on the record as possible. He doesn't like people hiding information from him. You're not able to get the video data, though, as that is being restricted. But as the security teams begin to move off, you can hear multiple just different discussions going on. One team reports signs of gunfire. Another team reports there was a struggle here. Another team reports these aren't our casings. They've been here longer than the Janissary could have been here. Painting a very strange picture. Another team reports that there is a warning in a language they don't understand. Someone translates it. Apparently, it's something to do about the eyes watching. There's another warning from someone else. Specifically to the Cossack. Turn back. This one's written in, scratched out multiple times, as if multiple individuals wrote it. Some trying to obscure the message, others trying to make the message.
To clarify, it was addressed to the Cossack?
It was addressed to Cossack. Turn back.
Oh, shit.
Well, fuck.
More. And then one of the teams finally finds the base camp. In a mixture of all the chaos, one of the teams says, "We're exploring the base camp now. No signs of life. Definitely signs of struggle. All the crates here have been pilfered. Most of the equipment abandoned or looted. No signs of... No bodies, no blood, just gunfire and laser fire. And then another team. A team sent to go ahead of all the others, reports. The Janissary is sealed up. Looks like a quarantine measure, even with the damage to its exterior. It would have been in effect. We sent up a drone. Even the internals are sealed up tight. Looks like someone welded this from the inside. It's the same for all the doors. They've all been welded from the inside. And we will end there.
Oh my.
Oh.
Spooky.
Actually missed that last bit. What was that?
The Janissary is sealed, but due to quarantine procedures, but all the doors have been welded shut from the inside.
Okay. Spooky. I'm excited. This sounds like it's going to be very, very, very fun.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think? What do you think's going to happen first? Are we going to get into combat, or are we going to find mysteries?
Both.
Both at the same time?
Yeah.
Problem to say.
From the veteran player himself? Alright.
It's a mystery.
We're all gonna die.
We'll be fine.
Whoa.
Hello.
Oh,
NPCs are gonna die.
What? No.
NPCs are definitely gonna die.
No.
Especially Franklin.
No.
He's
No.
up
They
here
won't.
big red death leg on Franklin.
No.
Franklin just got in a relationship. He's got to die now.
No.
First of all, he's got an illness. Second of all, he's got like adrenaline junkie disease. Third of all, he's
Adrenaline
red.
junkie disease.
Yes. Did Kareem look into the whole AI thing, or did that not happen?
He get what?
It happened.
That happened?
Yeah.
Where'd that go?
He talked to Mel, got some information. He
What's up?
knows Mel's lying, but
Said you'd
he's
play
kind of.
APEC.
Sorry. Sorry.
But-
My apologies.
But yeah, he knows Mel's lying, but he's not pushing it just yet.
Mm-hmm.
He will push it eventually, though.
And Melv is appreciative that he isn't being pushed immediately about it.
Yeah.
He was also able to sense that Mel was like really, really fucking stressed.
Oh yeah. Finally, the first successful read on him, and then all of his
tried,
following rolls
okay?
were garbage.
I've tried, and he keeps.
I know, but it was
tried.
but it was
Mel.
fantastic. You don't understand. Finally, someone did it.
Yeah,
And it was exactly what we expected.
it's exactly what we expected. Yeah.
But it was also confirmation about a few other things that, like, some of the stuff that you've kind of forced him into has been weighing on his conscience.
Mm-hmm.
Which
Like
well,
that was probably stuff that y'all didn't know about. He just knew he was stressed, but not why he was stressed.
To clarify, which stuff was it?
The AI, the fact that we have a VI
The-
AI
Oh.
system.
He really he really wants to tell the cops. Puts hand on his shoulder. Please destroy those infernal machines, please. I beg you.
No, don't kill them. They're people.
I must.
They are not my people.
Yes.
I must go for now.
Okay.
Bye.
I will
Bye.
say, you're going to have about 2 hours after that point, because they're going to start cutting into the doors,
Mhm.
and then they're going to be asking. Then they're going to be like, Rossi, you're going to open up these doors for us.
No.
Ooh, fun.
That's gonna be great. Break into the quarantined area. Just what we should do.
Yep, and you're going to be told all of the information you need to know. Cogs on. If quarantine measures were put on, everyone is cogged up, or everyone has a rated respirator.
Cool.
Yep. Thank God for that. Imagine our cogs are gonna be coming off much.
So yeah,
Is there air?
No, stop breathing.
Is there air here?
yes, there is.
Okay.
It's stale, but it's air.
I fear
So
for our
excited.
NPCs.
It's gonna be so fun. Ugh.
Made
Thank
it,
you
and
for
it's
the
gonna be
RPs,
beautiful.
It's gonna be great.
Yes, it will. I'm going to kill all of you.
No.
Do it then. Do it, coward. You won't.
Well,
You
I
will. You won't.
I will. God as my witness. So Bree, so Jordan, how's it feel to be back?
Yeah, give us your impressions.
Welcome back.
Also, how does it feel to know that I kept the damage that was done to the poor girl?
That's fine.
It felt good. It's good to see you again.
She has a pad?
Served us well. Nope. Con.
That's
none-
the exact
none
sort
of
of
that.
that's the sort of communications that occurs on the drop right there. That's exactly what communication sounds like.
The rain is so loud.
Nothing's happened yet. Chance. So technically, we haven't done anything.
But I'm looking at the
What are you looking at?
or not looking, more of hearing the descriptions. It's like, oh, I can imagine it in my brain space.
And
Very good descriptions, Chance. You made it visceral.
Thank you. I've been waiting all like 30 fucking years. Where is she?
A whole
Very fucking
year.
you. I mean, you in charge of the scheme.
It's been a whole year since drop started.
All right.
We're here now. I'm gonna keep
we'll end in
listening
3
to
seconds.
class. Yeah, probably.
50 sessions to get here.
50 sessions and a whole fuck ton of RPs. I think
hey,
I have over.
but we made it,
I think I have
Chance.
over,
Now you can kill us. Now you
Right.
can kill us dead.
I think I have over 200 videos on YouTube.
God, I hate the American method of keeping track of time. Month, day, year, spits.
That's frustrating.
What do we do again?
We do year, month, like day, or day, month, year. But these Americans, month, day, year,
So wrong. It's all topsy-turvy. Why is it inside out?
I would like to remind the court that Chance is in fact Canadian.
This is true.
Hi.
Hello, Rose.
Oh, that's clearly crows learn to read.
Fuck, you're right.
So anyway, we heard Jordan's impressions, but Bree has been startlingly silent.
Yeah.
Hey, Bree.
You're
What?
back.
Speak
Sounds
your
bunch of
fucking
shit.
mind.
What?
What?
What's up?
How you feel? You're back.
I said already.
Bree had like a whole paragraph compared to my one sentence.
Bree's the descriptions
Yeah,
are
everyone's
cool.
like, Bree, you didn't say shit. I'm like, yes, I did.
Yeah.
But did you really?
Francis
Not always,
ended
as
the
you said,
con.
Bree. But I'm here when
But
it
did
counts.
you
Shakes your
really?
hand. Yes.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm. Not my fault.
Can
Y'all missed
confirm.
it.
I heard it.
I will say I heard it for conflict reasons.
I hate you.
That's great.
This is why I didn't give you heads up.
That makes sense. It's Bree's fault.
Wait, what? Mm-hmm.
Or just joking. Yoking. Yoking. Rose, I don't have any set expression. You can do whatever you want with Riggs. Congratulations. Have fun with it.
Well, with session done, thank you everyone for the RPs. I am probably gonna skitter.
All right,
Fine,
Skitter.
you
You're not
get it.
gonna
Me too.
space.
You get a brief
Nah, I'm
case of,
alright.
you know,
I can
what
just
it is.
lay down.
So,
That's
What the
cool.
fuck?